Anthem. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al-Faisal, the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and General Supervisor of Effat University, we are welcomed and pleased to welcome you to the opening of the Second International Conference of Architecture and Design under the title of Reinventing the Archives Through Humanization and Emerging Technologies. Dr. Effat Jamal Al-Lail, President of Effat University, Dr. Mirvat Shuman, Provost of Effat University, distinguished speakers, guests, faculty, staff, and students of Effat University. Dear all, we start our event today with verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى.
صدق الله العظيم. And now we will be listening to the welcoming note from our respected President of Effat University, Dr. Effat Jamal Al-Lail. Dr. Effat Jamal Al-Lail is the President of Effat University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. She was awarded a PhD in Public Policy from the University of Southern California before joining Effat University in 1998. She served as the first Dean of Girls Campus at King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Effat is a distinguished leader, a respected academic, and a renowned advocate of youth engagement, and the author of several articles, having also delivered many keynote speeches on women's education in the Middle East, women and change, entrepreneurship, and business. Dr. Effat is the winner of the 1,000 Women for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005. She is also the recipient of many awards, such as the Innovation Award, Saudi Sayyidati, Queen Effat's Distinction Award, Leading Women CEO, Distinguished Arab Women Award, World Family Summit Award, and the Distinguished Arabian Women Award. Dr. Effat continues to work towards enhancing women's education throughout Saudi Arabia. Please help me welcome Dr. Effat.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأزكى التسليم. Ladies and gentlemen, respected colleagues, Effat affiliates, students and alumni, good morning. It's my great pleasure as Effat University President to welcome you all from inside and outside Saudi Arabia to the Second International Conference of Architecture and Design, Reinventing the Archives through Humanization and Emerging Technologies. New creative and investment perspectives organized by the Architecture and Design Department, College of Architecture and Design. Allah yanawar alaykum. Emerging technologies associated with the fields of architecture, design, and construction promise to have a profound impact on educational, professional, and societal practice. Artificial intelligence has penetrated a wide range of industries and is gradually but surely transforming the relationship between the end users, architects, designers, and service providers. AI instruments and machine learning modules are generating a host of innovative technologies that could potentially change the course of human civilization. Nanotechnology has created great opportunities for advancing building system, design methods, and construction techniques. Potential application in high-rise construction, reinforced concrete, insulation materials. I don't know any of these things, so I don't understand any of these things. Doctora wrote this for me, so excuse my ignorance on this. Insulation materials and surface furnishes have paved the way for a revolution in building sciences, interior design, and industrial product development. Significant technological advancement in sourcing, storing, and distributing renewable energy are also opening new horizons for reducing dependence on fossil fuels and carbon emissions. Architecture and design professions are front and center of such transformations and play a critical role in harnessing AI and machine learning. Nanosciences and related digital innovation in energy modeling, parametric design, digital fabrication, BIM, 3D printing. BIM عرفتها because I used really to supervise a lot of buildings here. So while it's in construction, 3D printing, robotics, and other groundbreaking approaches that revolutionize the static form-making process into generative and human adaptive configurational model. I told you, Dr. Asma, you need to read this. It's better than me. AI and machine learning and other digital innovation can enhance the quality of life, provide new economic opportunities, heighten living standards, and precipitate different lifestyles and professional practices. They also create vulnerabilities related to the loss of jobs and income due to the automation, confidentiality, and security of user data, and the susceptibility to software bugs, malicious ware, hardware glitches, and dehumanize machine-inspired living environment and product. Nanomaterials provide unlimited application possibilities in design and construction, but their ultra-fine particles create some health and environmental hazards. Renewable energy technologies are inevitable for environmental sustainability, but the footprint of wind turbines, photovoltaic farms, and biomass installations create major challenges for built environment. This conference thus seeks to address the impact of emerging technology on creating novel approach for the design and configuration of urban landscape, building interior space, and a wide range of product. The conference aims to provide a forum for debating the news between emerging technology and the ever-lasting needs for human-sensitized environment and product that generate collaboration, equity, and healthy citizen engagement. The second ARC and Design International Conference invite contributions from academics and practitioners through presentations, seminars, research papers, workshops, and roundtables. It brings together decision makers, architects, interior designers, product designers, urban planners, urban designers, entrepreneurs, educators, agencies, and community, of course, leaders, and top keynote speakers to stimulate discussion covering the challenges and opportunity of using the different emerging technologies and how this shall impact the educational and professional domains of architecture, building sciences, and technology, environmental design, mobility, infrastructure, urban design, landscape, housing, and real estate development, urban planning, governance, sociocultural and economic development, community engagement, tourism, and heritage conservation. The conference received submissions from architectural, interior design, product design, landscape and urban scholars, graduate students, independent scholars, architects, and members of scientific societies. The keynote speakers of this conference are renowned experts in their fields who will be providing valuable input to the audience with respect to the various conference themes. The outcome of the keynote lectures, paper sessions, and panel discussion will help in feeding with valuable input to help align with the Saudi Vision 2030. At the end, I would like to thank our keynote speakers, authors, and all members of Scientific and Organization Committee, the facility team, the PR and communication team for their effort in organizing this annual event. I seize this opportunity to thank our sponsors and partners, Saudi and Brown Societies, Red Sea Channel, Ethra, Aramco, Johnson Control Arabia, Bytonia, Adlal, Retail Company, Municipality of Jeddah and Mecca, Saudi Planners Association, ArcNet. I welcome you all to enjoy this rich scientific event, explore new collaboration opportunities, cultivate your social and knowledge network, and complement your core experience. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Allah Khalaq. Written by Dr. Asma.
Thank you, Dr. Hafer, for your welcoming note. And now we'll be listening to the welcoming note from the Dean of Architecture and Design, Dr. Asma. Dr. Asma is originally a professor of urban development. She was the Hubert Humphrey Fellow in the SERPS program at MIT, USA. She worked in strategic regional and urban planning projects in UN Habitat, GOPP, and GIZ, with a focus on community development, gender programming, and regeneration policies in historic districts. Please help me welcome Dr. Asma.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to stand before you today as we gather once again for our great conference. As I reflect on the journey that has brought us here, I'm filled with immense pride and gratitude for all the efforts that have been poured into making this event a reality. 9 years ago, we embarked on this conference with a clear focus on the urban agenda, sustainability, and resilience. It was a time of exploration, learning, and we delved into the challenges and opportunities that our cities faced. Building upon this foundation, we then embarked on the new strategic plan spanning from 2022 to 2027, with key emphasis on innovation and digital transformations. For our College of Architecture and Design, the underlying theme has been the pursuit of quality of life, bridging the physical and digital realms. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter exploring the theme of creative transformations. It was a journey that allowed us to push boundaries, think outside the box, and reimagine what is possible. And now, here we are in the present, with emerging technologies taking center stage as our main focus. The theme has not only permeated through our conference, but also has become an integral part of our mission matrix, guiding our step forwards and achieving the various keys of our and various targets of our key performing indicators, our KPIs. Today, I am honored to have this opportunity to share with you some insights into our mission matrix. We view it, as you can see, as a puzzle with different pieces that we continuously strive to fit together to achieve our targets. This mindset is beautifully reflected in our design branding theme, which integrate the main structure with the fine details, creating a cohesive and impactful whole between fields of architecture and design. Within our mission matrix, we have a lot of KPIs. We spend a lot of time measuring them, but now I'm presenting it in a qualitative way, each playing a crucial role in the pursuit of excellence, presence, and socioeconomic impacts. With regard to 3 key areas, research, education, and community service. Allow me to briefly shed light on our different achievements in the 3 key areas: education, research, and community service. Starting with the education, last year we managed to successfully finalized the review of two of our main programs, the architecture program and the Master of Science in Architecture and Urbanism. In the architecture program, we integrated all the emerging technologies, the new advanced software into our curriculum. And we were so proud, and we took the license for that. Also for the Master of Science in Architecture and Urbanism, it was originally the urban design. Now we integrated different fields of computational design, environmental design, and other emerging technologies. Our output and outcomes through the last year were impressive, and you can see that in our exhibition now in a few hours. Our students have achieved primary places like first, second, third places in many national and international competitions. Examples in most design competitions organized by Saudi Omran Society, the Hanji competition, and also the Saudi Cup national competition for our product design students, Audi car, who sponsored all our design students in order to refunction the spare parts of their cars. This year, our students won the honorable mention in an international competition, the Epidemic Urbanism Initiative. All our students' work were shown in the Saudi Design Festival. Each year, we have exhibited graduation projects of our architecture and design projects in Tanween, Ethra. The Jewels of Arabia competition, our students have been selected to manufacture their products and be commercialized. In the field of the research, the main achievement we have is that we have been selected as the only Saudi university to work in the LION project with NEOM. We have been selected along with UCL, Bartlett School in UK, and IAC. In this project, we are so proud of it, and it was finalized last year. We cannot share a lot of details, but basically, we were asked to renovate and create architectural typologies. Our team developed an interpretation for the objectives where digitalization was the main primary significant variable dominating all different human needs. It was seen as a fusion between digital visual realities. That being said, we took livability and maintaining the human needs as our priority. And that is why our team utilized a comprehensive methodology to investigate the future lifestyle, but with focus on Islamic traditional identity. And this is why we were so distinguished along with UCL and IAC. And they took us really as a role model, and our publication is on the way very soon. The main design principles were introversion, flexibility, and injection. And we have like innovated the idea of the courtyard from the Islamic architecture as a new icon that is integrated and embedded within the line. These are some of our perspectives. As I said, we cannot show a lot, but it was very impressive, and everybody like in the line were very impressed of that. For our conference, if you remember last year, I just presented the exact same timeline. But this year, I wanted to present not only the progress of our themes, but also the progress of our submissions. So if you were here at Effat, you would know that in 2017, the number of submissions were very high. We started with 85 submitted abstracts, and then they went low. Until last year, we received 78 abstracts, and we published 48 papers. This year, we broke the records. So we received 93 abstracts. 87 of them were accepted. And alhamdulillah, also, I'm very, very proud to say that we have published one in 2020, the first publication in 2022, Cities of the Future. Mosque of Architecture, although it was before, but it was just published from few months, and it was Scopus indexed. It is expected that our conference publication this year, inshallah, also will be Scopus indexed. For the first time, we are allowing the presentation of Arabic papers. We will be publishing in English, but for the first time, we received some papers on Arabic, so we decided to have Arabic presentations in our paper submissions. Just also based on our belief that we have to support research, we have to support students' work, there have been a lot of progress and a lot of advancement. Thank you, Dr. Haifa, for allowing this in our fabrication lab that is supervised by Design Department Chair, Dr. Sajid Khalifa. This is a very short video that will show you our Fab Lab new machines. Back to our puzzle. So I will continue with some of our achievement in the field of community service. I believe our college excelled in that field the most. We have established a lot of collaborations, more than 15 collaborations through the last year, with about signed about 7 or 8 memorandum of understandings. But we made sure in every single collaboration we initiate and every single memorandum of understanding, we spare the time and the effort to sign is with value, is with outcome. And that is why every icon in front of you have created a project sponsored us or created a service learning project into the curricula of our studios. For example, Pythonia, they are sponsoring our material lab now, and they are sponsoring the manufacturing of booths. This is integrated, I think, in studios 5 and 6 with Dr. Sajid Khalifa in the design department. Azlal has already finalized their project, and it was a very big project along 6 months, where the students have worked on the renovation of Sharda Hotel, and the results were very impressive. Of course, Audi and Honji, as I just presented, they sponsored our students in order to make the redesign of spare parts in Audi and in Honji for the redesign of their showroom. Johnson Controls Arabia have recruited some of our students and provided a lot of internships plus the site visits. ETHRA, every year they sponsor our students to go in to exhibit their graduation projects, and every year, this is the second year they are sponsoring their workshops, and they are very hands-on practice and engaging workshops. We have Amana Amma, the municipality of Mecca, and this year, they have just sponsored our students to renovate the whole workshops in the municipality of Mecca, Wizard al-Hajj wal-Umrah. Last year, our students were responsible for creating packaging and manufacturing packaging for the Hujjaj, and then also Saudi Umrah Society. Thank you so much for always sponsoring us. Of course, the Architecture and Design Commission, they just selected our students last week, and we were the only students in the field of product design to be selected to educate other students and to train other trainees. Also, Kaust and Falcon Bees, they sponsored our students in a lot of computational design workshops and also a lot of internships on very advanced technologies and drones. IU Hamburg, they collaborated with us, and we managed to have a very successful 15 days workshop and walk and talk lectures on the topic of urban spaces, where students went to about 3 cities, Hamburg, Berlin, and other cities in Germany. These are just some of our collaborations, but we have much more. Just to make it short, now I would like to present also the structure of our conference. We will start right after this speech with 3 keynote speakers, Professor Shukri Abdelal, Dr. Nadine Ibrahim, and Dr. Roberto Naboni. After that, we will have the ESTRO workshops about modularity in designing and building structures. And in the evening, we will be ending this day with a panel discussion where we invited professional practitioners and academics, among them Dr. Kamal Faisal, the department chair at King Abdulaziz University, Dr. Mohammadi Retail Company, Engineer Karam from Baytunia, and the moderation will be by Dr. Hassan Shawli, the chair of the Saudi Planning Association. Then in days 2 and 3, because we have got a lot of papers, so we will be spending 2 full days on paper sessions. Some of them are on campus, some of them are online, and we will be having a total of 79 presentations, inshallah. We didn't forget our always motivation and initiatives for our high school students, because we are care to educate our next generation on the culture of architecture and design. This year we broke our records. In just 4 weeks, we had 7 schools, 100 teams, 519 students, and we have got a lot of requests to continue the competition. That is why we will not have the ceremony for the high school in the conference, because they want to have it, to have more schools, so that is why we did. And in that, I'm very proud, and thank you, Architecture and Design faculty, because they designed very attractive and engaging workshops that are tailored for grades 11 and 12. We spent a lot of time designing these workshops, and it was of value, alhamdulillah. Now I will be presenting and will be ending up my presentation with a view of the exhibition there, just a walk through our exhibition, and after that walkthrough you will find the timeline for the structure that you find at the entrance of our museum here. It is a competition that was initiated by Dr. Abir Sami and Ms. Maya Kamreddin on inventing and creating structures that are implementable and could be constructed, and that was the winning project out there. So we'll be presenting the timeline also in this video. Hope you enjoy it. I would like to end by thanking our respected President, Dr. Haifa Jamallel, our respected Provost, Dr. Mirbat, Dr. Iman, Dr. Madi for their continuous support. I would like to thank all architecture and design faculty who really worked hard, very hard through the last months to make this event happening. A scientific committee chaired by Dr. Muhammad Fikri and co-chaired Dr. Sajid Khalifa. Our members, Dr. Tariq Ragab, Dr. Abir Sami, Dr. Ahmed Rifat, Dr. Ahmed Abdelrazi, and Dr. Ibrahim Sami. The organizing committee is chaired by our brilliant Ms. Maya Kamreddin and our very active members, Dr. Abir Sami, Dr. Hadiri Said, Dr. Ahmed Abdelrazi, Dr. Ahmed Kassab, and Dr. Ahmed Rifat. Big thank you to our student Marah Al Jassim. She was responsible for the whole branding and design for the conference. She really worked with me during the summer vacation, I really appreciate it. Dina Shahada and Jana Hamed joined last month to finalize everything. Thank you, Ms. Marina, for editing the video that you have shown. I wish you all a fruitful time, and we have created a very small short form to get your feedback after you spend the day on the conference or the 3 days in the conference. This barcode you will find in 2 signs outside the hall. Please make sure to give us your feedback before you leave. And now I will leave you with the keynote speeches and hope you enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Asma, for your elaborate welcoming note. It is our pleasure now to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Nadine Ibrahim, to give her keynote speech, Reimagining Sustainable Cities Designed for People. Dr. Nadine Ibrahim is a lecturer in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Waterloo and is the Turkstra Chair in Urban Engineering. She holds a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in civil engineering from the University in Civil Engineering and a certificate of Preventive Engineering and Social Development from the University of Toronto. She leverages her academic experience and industry practice in the areas of sustainable cities, urban infrastructure, climate change mitigation in cities and megacities, and sustainability assessments in megaregions. Her engineering education research focuses on engineering leadership and sustainability education. Dr. Nadine is the Vice President of the Canadian Engineering Education Association. Please welcome Dr. Nadine. You're welcome.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I am so honored to be here. It is my first time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Jeddah has been so kind to me already. So thank you for the invitation. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Asma. We share a similar last name, but we are not related. She is my sister from another mother. But I think we also share the passion of both being Egyptian, and we also share the passion for urban design and development, which is how we first met. So thank you for making me a part of this. I congratulate you already for all the achievements that you've done. I prefer to walk and talk, so I decided to use this microphone instead of being at the podium. I think this feels more like a lecture. I've had the honor and the privilege of joining one of Dr. Asma's lectures during COVID, and I gave a guest lecture in your class, and I couldn't see anybody because it was online. So I am so proud to look behind me as I was seated and to see so many women. Let me tell you, at the University of Waterloo, engineering does not look like this. It's a minority women. So I think this is pretty impressive. I'm going to take a photo and send it back to Waterloo. So as introduced, I am an engineer, and I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about reimagining sustainable cities designed for people. I think what caught my attention when I received the invitation is the word humanization that was in the title of this conference. So that was my point of attraction. I come from the University of Waterloo, so I've traveled a little over 12 hours to get here, and I'm a little jet-lagged. But just to show you, if you're familiar with the map of Canada, I am located in Ontario, an hour west of Toronto. I live in Toronto, but I work at the University of Waterloo. I'm going to have to say it is the #1 engineering school in Canada. No bias there. And just to share a little bit about me, I do have all my degrees in civil engineering from the University of Toronto. I also hold a certificate of preventive engineering and social development. And I'm introducing myself in a way to make points of connection to the audience here. And if there's anything that spikes your interest, I look forward to having conversations during the conference for the next few days. I did my postdoctoral research in engineering education for sustainable cities in Africa, traveling to 14 different cities in the African continent. And so I've developed a huge appreciation of the challenges of sustainability and the challenges of urbanization and growth, because everything is so magnified on the African continent. I worked a little bit in international development and consulting, not too far from here. I was based in Cairo for a few years and looked at sustainable cities from both a theoretical and a practical perspective as well. I'm an ambassador to How to Change the World. I won't share much. Let's save this as a conversation for later. And I'm a co-author on the Canadian Engineering Grand Challenges, the grand challenges of our times. And we turned them into something very specific to the Canadian landscape and the Canadian people. And lastly, I was introduced as the Vice President of the Canadian Engineering Education Association. It's where a lot of the engineering educators hold membership. But there's a very special group that I chair called the Engineer of 2050. And I think I see all the engineers of 2050 here in the crowd. I will come back to that as I close my talk. Okay, so if I speak too fast, please slow me down. But I'll start off with people, and I will end with people. And in the middle, I will reimagine with you sustainable cities, and so we can dream a little about the future we desire. So cities are actually born of agriculture, which seems like a paradox. But before the earlier people, they were nomads. They were they were nomads. They moved around, they hunted. And as they started to develop agriculture, they settled close to where agriculture was. And when they settled, they built shelter. And the shelter size grew. And they invested in buildings. And the buildings took on different functions to suit their needs. And then they developed trade and commerce and places of worship and service and community. And with that, the community grew. And with that, they relied on ports, rivers, seas for the exchange, for supply chains. So cities are actually born of agriculture, though we make a clear distinction between urban environments and rural environments. But one is born from the other. And with that, we have the first cities that were born. So to prove my point, here's a graph. As engineers, we have to include lots of numbers and graphs in our keynotes. There's two lines on this graph. One is rural populations and one is urban populations. And over time, precisely right here, around 2010, is when the urban population exceeded the rural population. So 50% of our population today globally is urban, and that is expected to increase to 70% by the year 2050. And I make the case for cities because we can talk about neighborhoods, we can talk about countries, but it's really at the city level where people connect with their communities. Countries seem to be too large to create a sense of belonging and connection. Neighborhoods seem to be too small to make an impact. So it's really at the city scale where a lot of my work resides, and from what I'm seeing, a lot of your accomplishments reside as well in terms of your innovation and your buildings. So speaking of population growth, we're expected to see an additional 2 billion people by 2030, 3 billion by 2050. Where are all these people going to live? They're going to reside primarily on the African continent. We're no longer going to see Tokyo, New York, London being the major cities in the world. We're going to see 5 out of 10 African cities to top the most populated city charts, 13 of the top 20. The number 1 city will be Lagos. They know that today, that they will be. They already have challenges today. By 2100, they will exceed 80 million. And with that comes an impact on the natural resources, an impact on already overburdened infrastructure. So to look at cities is to also look at environmental impacts and climate change. So on this graph here, you can see the green dots represent the rural population. The blue dots represent the urban population, and look where the energy use line is. The energy use line is the red line closely correlating to the urban population. So as urban residents, we have a responsibility and a challenge to tackle the climate change crisis, because it's energy use of the urban residents that have created this climate change. So my point of connection to sustainability is specifically looking at energy use, and with it comes the greenhouse gas emissions. So let's define urban. You mentioned it in your introductions. What is urban? I typically say it's everything we see above ground, but it's also everything underground that makes the above ground possible. I'm a civil engineer, so I am versed in what lies underground, which isn't the cool part of engineering. It's not the bells and whistles. It's not the most attractive. It's not the robotics. It's not the most innovative. But it is the foundation that makes everything above ground possible. So I asked Google, what is urban? And Google said, these are the first search results of images when I said, what is urban? And you can see it's mostly buildings and it's mostly roads and highways. And that is almost more than 75% of our greenhouse gas emissions coming from the built environment. So I mentioned 50%, half of humanity live in cities today. And that includes 95% of that expansion that we're looking to see will be in the developing world. The developing world already has infrastructure challenges, strains on natural resources, lots of social turbulence as well, and we have to grow and thrive, not just survive. So to measure sustainability, sustainability is not a wish or a hope or a dream. It is very tangible, it is very measurable. I wear my sustainability pin that represents the Sustainable Development Goals. There's 17 of them. And coming from Canada, I thought I would also mention Indigenous knowledge in Canada has us look at 7 generations forward and 7 generations backwards. What that means is that the cities we live in today have been the result of all the decisions that have been made in the past little while. The decisions we make today will result in the future cities that we create. As with Indigenous knowledge, borrowing from the lessons of 7 generations prior to us gives us this wisdom, but also when we plan forward, we plan to 7 generations forward. So when people say, I'm planning for my children and my grandchildren, what they should really be saying is, I'm planning 7 generations ahead, and that is long-term planning. And the image here is just an image of Indigenous culture in Canada. So the Sustainable Development Goals, if you're familiar with them, they are interconnected, they are complex, they are related, but they do have goals, and every goal has measurable targets. And their goals are mostly in 2030, and you know when 2030 is? It's just around the corner. We don't have much time. So there's so many things to talk about when we talk about sustainability, and I teach sustainability, but I'm going to choose one metric, just one for today. And if I can leave you with a takeaway, it's greenhouse gas emissions. That's the one measure. And throughout the talk, I can also share a little bit about some global cities as well. And if I can do that in the next few minutes, then I think I've done my job. So this is a chart that shows population in billions of various countries and carbon emissions per capita. And what this tells us is that emissions are unequally distributed around the world. Those who are responsible for emitting it and those who experience the adverse impacts of it may not be the same. I may not be as proud to say Canada is at the top of the list over here with the United States in terms of greenhouse gas emission consumption, but those who suffer from it, those who suffer from its impacts, are the ones at the very end over here. You can see it's mostly African countries who actually produce very little, but they are the ones that are most burdened and challenged by it. So this is the Sustainable Development Goal that I live and breathe by. It's SDG 11, making cities and communities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. That's SDG 11. So in the next little while, I just want to share with you some numbers around climate change and greenhouse gas emissions from cities around the world. This is a result of a paper and has been the inspiration behind my PhD called The Greenhouse Gas Emissions in Global Cities by Kennedy et al. 2009. And that was published in the Environmental Science and Technology. I don't know if you recognize any of the cities here. There's 10 of them. And I'm just going to share with you, it's a nice mix of 10 cities, just to give you an understanding, a feel for what it looks like in these various cities. Whether you know them or not is not important. What is important is that you learn a thing or two about them, because the greenhouse gas emissions numbers are just numbers, but they tell us a story of what goes on in cities, how people live, how people move, how they work, how they heat and cool their homes, because behind that number is a story. So let's start off. The categories of greenhouse gas emissions, there's several, and we've reached a point where we all measure it in the same way, and if we can measure it in the same way, we can compare apples to apples, and if we can compare them, we can learn from one another rather than reinventing the wheel. So electricity, heating and industrial fuels, industrial processes, ground transportation, aviation, marine transportation, and waste. I'm not going to touch on all of them. I'm just going to focus on these 5, okay? And I'll tell you the story behind each of the numbers in those cities. Because we're talking numbers, I thought I should start by giving you a visual of what 1 ton of CO2 looks like. Do you have a feel for how big is 1 ton of CO2? Do you wanna do it with your hands? How big do you think 1 ton of CO2 is? Big? Really big? Height of the stage? Any other guesses how big it might be? I can give you a hint. It's at standard temperature and pressure. Does that give you a sense of scale? Okay, close. All right, so 1 ton of CO2 measures almost 8 meters by 8 meters by 8 meters. It's an 8-meter cube. If you prefer to think in balls, it's a 10-meter ball in diameter. Okay, that's 1 ton of CO2. So the height of this stage, almost, as a cube. Okay, so keep that in mind. And I borrow this image from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in Copenhagen, COP15 in 2009, where they created an art installation for 1 ton of CO2, created out of shipping containers that were draped with screens on both sides to project images of climate change throughout the conference. And people got a feel and a visual for what 1 ton actually looks like. So the stories of cities really depend on 2 factors. The first is geophysical factors, and the second is technical factors. The geophysical factors are things like the climate in a city. It's either warm or cold, there's nothing they can do about it. Or what the city is endowed with. Reykjavik has geothermal energy. Canada has hydropower. It's just what the city has. It's the natural resources. And its gateway status. Is it landlocked? Is it on a port city? Is it surrounded by other cities? It's just where it is located. There's nothing they can do about it. Whereas technical factors, this is where we can influence. This is where we make decisions. How we generate power, how we plan, how we do the urban planning, how we process our waste. These are all engineering decisions. This is where we can have an influence. So in terms of electricity, I tried to make this really high level so that I don't necessarily want you to look at the numbers, but I want you to look at the shortest bars and the longest bars. So when we look at consumption of electricity, you can see Toronto and Denver being the longest bars. And what do we know about Toronto and Denver in terms of electricity consumption? They are at a relative wealth and affluence much higher than the other cities here. And therefore, there's a lot of consumption of electricity on a per capita basis. If we look at the greenhouse gas intensity of electricity, how clean the electricity is, as opposed to fossil fuel, well, you can see Cape Town is the biggest, Geneva is the smallest. What do we know about Geneva? almost 100% hydropower, very clean electricity supply. What do we know about Cape Town? Well, for one, not everybody actually gets electricity. They're not all connected to the grid, but 92% fossil fuel, mostly coal. That's the story of cities. This is a complex chart. It's got 3 axes. On the bottom is consumption. On the left is electricity emissions, how clean it, the consumption per capita. And on the right here, it's the emission factor, how clean it is. So this axis is measured using the wedges on the side. Denver and Toronto are very similar in consumption, very different in emission factor. And that's a graph like this might point out to see what are the similarities between 2 cities and what are the differences between 2 cities and how can one learn from the other. Maybe if they share a similar density and a similar climate, they can compare building codes. If they share similar transit options, they can compare urban design, urban planning. That's the city-to-city learning. Heating and industrial fuels, it's how we heat our homes, and I'm only looking specifically at residential and commercial buildings. Heating degree days is how many days the temperature dips below 18, that's our baseline, and when it dips below 18, we turn on our heating. And if our heating is fossil fuel based, it'll show up in our greenhouse gas emission numbers. So Bangkok, 0 heating degree days, mild temperature throughout the year. Look where Toronto is. I come from a very cold climate. We crank up our heating, mostly natural gas, throughout the year. When it comes to ground transportation, there's a correlation between population density and emissions due to transportation. So you'll find LA and Denver on the top, and if you have an image of LA or Denver, very car-centric, major highways, that's how people move. Look at Barcelona. If you know anything about Barcelona, very compact, very pedestrian-friendly, very transit-oriented. And that's the story of transportation emissions. The magic number is around here. It's around 6,000 persons per square kilometer. At that density, based on this graph, transit ridership becomes financially viable, technologically feasible. And aviation is traveling by plane. I am guilty of that too. I have to cross the Atlantic every time I have to travel. Look at London, look at New York. What do we know about London and New York? 2 major international airports, JFK and LaGuardia in New York, London Heathrow, and that's the majority of aviation emissions. Waste, how we process our waste. There's so many ways to process waste. Look at Cape Town, it's the biggest. What do we know about Cape Town waste? It's not engineered landfills, it is not a circular economy, it is not recycling, it's really open dump sites and open burning. And methane is 28 times more potent than CO2. So with that is the story of cities. I just want to spend a minute on megacities. Megacities are cities with populations of 10 million and more. And they behave a little differently than cities, because at 10 million, you have people coming from outside the city into the city center in the morning, and they leave in the evening for employment. It operates like a watershed, but it's a commuter shed. And we have 27 megacities today, and that's expected to increase to 36 by 2050. So I was fortunate to work on a paper looking at all 27 megacities. In terms of population size, that's 6.7% of global population. They are the economic engines of the countries that they are located in. They're the highest GDP for only 6.7% of the population. They generate more waste than they should. They use more gasoline than they should. Electricity use more than they should. But you know what they do well? It's energy use, which is on par with the size of the population, and water use, which is only 3% for that 6.7% of the population. And that's because of the densification and intensification of urban environments, but also because water use is really in the rural and industrial areas. So that's making the case for megacities. And one more on megaregions, which is my current research. Megaregions are groupings of cities. Boston, New York, Washington, Brussels, Antwerp, the Great Lakes, the Pearl River Delta. We don't know how many megaregions there are. We're about to quantify, we need a definition, but for now, if you look at an image of the Earth at night, where there is light, there is agglomeration of cities. They come together because of trade and commerce. They come together because of language. They come together because they share a water body, like the Great Lakes, with Toronto, Montreal, Boston, New York, and Washington, for example. So this is the work I'm currently working on, the mega regions, and doing a sustainability assessment. And if they can get it right, I think we've captured the majority of the population of urban residents in the world. There's about 80 cities in the world with populations of 5 million and more. If we count cities of 1 million and more, then we have thousands. And if we can get it right from a sustainability perspective, design for people, design with sustainability in mind, innovate and create with sustainability, then we have a good chance at meeting our 2030 targets. We have a good chance at meeting our 2050 targets. So I said I'll start with people and I'll end with people. The engineer of 2050 is my kind of people. We chose 2050 to be so far out into the future that we don't know what 2050 will look like. But we can make a guess. We can be very sustainable at that time, or we can be in utter chaos at that time. But how do we educate our engineers today so that whatever future we find ourselves in, we have an engineering base that can help us thrive in our communities and our cities. So these are my Engineer 2050, all the students, well not all, but some of the students in various cohorts. And I also look to you here because you are also the engineers of 2050. You will be the decision makers. You'll be the ones calling the shots, making the decisions between now and 2050. So I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My message is to inspire. My message is just to create a framing and maybe a big picture view as we continue the discussions throughout the conference today. I leave my contacts here as well and look forward to communicating and creating new networks over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nadine, for your insightful keynote speech. It gives me great honor now to welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Roberto Noboni, to give his keynote speech about computational design and digital fabrication. Dr. Roberto is an associate professor with a PhD in experimental architecture. He specializes in computational design and digital fabrication. He currently holds a position at the University of Southern Denmark and leads the computational research in emergent architectural technology, CREATE. Please welcome Dr. Roberto.
Yes, that is it. Start a presentation moment. Yeah, but it's not working there. Okay, here it is. Hello everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. First time at Effat University, first time in Saudi, so it's an experience for me. I'm going to talk to you about our research explorations in computational design and digital fabrication. I took the liberty to customize the title into computational sustainability. And I'm going to give you a ride through some of our work and how these are strategies for resource-efficient architecture. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you a little bit about SDU Create, is the research centers that I'm leading. We look into computational research in emergent architectural technology and engineering. We do work across international boundaries, but we are located in Denmark. Just to give you a little bit of idea, these are the two cities that we're working in. Odense is where our university is. It's basically Robotics Valley for Nordic countries of Europe, and Copenhagen is World Architecture Forum from 2023. So in between the world of architecture and robotics, that's where we are situated, and that's how we're placing our research undertakes. Why we're doing all this, though, is not only for interest in technology, but is to attempt at solving some of the problems that we have nowadays. So we just heard a lot about sustainability issues that we have, and I'm going to insist on the topic. So very briefly, to recap, the built environment is responsible for an extreme use of natural resources. That's the way that we use our planet. We harvest for materials. We have a consumption of 42.4 billion tons of materials every year, and that's extremely high. Something that is even more important is basically behind climate change is basically our quantity of carbon emissions. So the construction industry is responsible for direct and indirect emissions for about 40%, and that's something that we definitely need to take care of. But moreover, we're also responsible for nearly 30% of the waste that is generated in the entire society. That's coming from construction, demolition. This is statistics for Europe, but it roughly applies to any continent. So all in all, we do use too much material, we do waste too much material, and we impact heavily in terms of emissions on our environment, and we need to rethink this. And while doing this, we actually have to provide even more construction for roughly 2 billion more people over the next 20 years. So we have to do much more. We have to build many more homes, infrastructures, hospitals, any kind of building, while radically cutting off all our impact on the environment. So with this motivation, that's what we do at SDU Create. We look into experimental architecture. What does it mean? We do undertake research within our laboratories where we do experiments with different materials on a range of materials. I'm not going to talk to you about all of these projects over there. I'm going to give you some explanation of some projects which is working for different materials, with biopolymers, with concrete, and with timber, and hopefully this all makes sense at the end of the presentation for you. So the first project I would like to talk to you about is Trabecole Pavilion. This was done a couple of years ago when I was still transiting from Politecnico di Milano to SDU. We're looking into additive manufacturing, so 3D printing, how this can allow us to use material more strategically, how to customize the material, use it, and optimize it to get lightweight construction. So with industrial partner, which is called WASP, we set up in our labs basically a sort of printing farm. We're starting fabricating such elements. These components are basically sort of lattice work, sort of cellular bricks elements, which are actually inspired by natural formation, specifically the internal structure of bone. The internal structure of bone has this spongy structure. It is porous, but is varying in porosity and varying in material allocation according to principal stresses, which means it works mainly in compression and tension. Therefore, it is a lightweight but extremely stiff structure. And inspired by this investigation, we decided how to move on this experimental project. So this is what we got at the end of the day, or the end of the research period, is trabecule pavilion. It's an anti-clastic grid shells which varies in terms of material location according to responses to different stresses that are in the structure. It's very difficult to see it here, but essentially we do design with computational workflows. We do not really design with top-down decisions. We establish algorithmic workflows where we take into consideration material characteristics, fabrication characteristics, but at the same time we use finite element analysis not as a verification tool as you would typically do in engineering, but as an early stage analysis tool where we can actually monitor stress patterns and use those to implement our algorithms in a smart way. So we take into consideration how forms generate structural patterns and how these structural patterns can become ultimately building materials. According to this, we have investigated 3D printed kind of construction elements of different types. So this is our cellular components. On the left side, you see one that has a certain topology and therefore has an elastic behavior. On the right one, you see one that has reinforcements. It does behave as a stiff material and surprisingly can withstand 1 ton in compression with 220 grams of bioplastics. So that's 4,500 times basically its own weight. So geometry really matters, and implementing this at an architectural scale, we basically started generating kind of topology optimization in order to make sure that we even optimize material location further. So what you see in there is basically images of our anti-clastic shells, the white areas where you want to use more material, the black areas where you can actually remove material because it doesn't contribute as much in terms of structural integrity. So interpreting all this kind of information, and sorry for dropping to you so many images in a minute, we basically built up this kind of algorithms which allocate this kind of cellular components strategically, and then basically they all get kind of thickened according to local stresses, and then we have several algorithmic routines which take care of geometrical optimization. Why these instruments are all important to talk about is because this way it makes you able to 3D print these things in a way that you gain structural integrity, you can remove material, and therefore you can have this kind of high efficiency and resistance efficiency kind of architecture. So these are close-up images of how the trabecule pavilion will look in section, you could say. You can see sub-millimeter, a 0.5 millimeter print layer height. And all these components were put together in this pavilion which was installed in the courtyard of Polytechnic Milano. So this is not only a demonstration of the tools that we can use, and here you can read also the kind of different allocation of material variation, density, and topology. But most importantly, there is a message behind this, is that because we do use this technology and these materials strategically, we can actually save up at least 10 times in terms of construction weight over such a structure. This is a comparison you see here in the bottom line, this 6 to 11 kilograms per square meter that we have used in this such pavilion. It is at least 10 times lower than any comparable skin system for the same range of mechanical properties. So implementing this at a larger scale, we then started 3D printing formworks for concrete construction which would be optimized. We call this additive formworking, and the idea was to still use plastic printing, but actually recycling this plastic to generate basically formwork that would be complex enough to let us use material in concrete in a much smarter way. There is also some economic thinking behind that, and I'm sorry that you cannot really read that, but basically, when you look in concrete construction, standard concrete construction, nearly half of the cost is actually the cost of molds. When you look into non-standard concrete construction, where you have geometrical complexity and where you can actually save material because of structural optimization, you actually use up to 90% of your budget just into formwork in preparation and design and so on. But if we can 3D print such complex formwork, we can automate the process of designing and actually manufacturing such elements, then we can actually gain much higher efficiency of construction. So we couple together thermopolymers for our molds along with the ultra-high performance concrete, which allows us to basically reduce construction sections even higher. And also we can take advantage of the fluidity of such material, and we have this fiber reinforcement to get ultra thin construction elements that can go on a construction site. We did compare different kind of polymers which were recycled. We used thermal imaging to understand what would be the behavior during large-scale 3D printing. Being this a thermopolymer, thermal deformations can be very high, so this can affect actually the quality of your manufacturing. But ultimately, we were able to generate such meter-high kind of panels where you can read the kind of complexity, but also you can play with the texture of these elements, because actually it comes in no cost. When you're 3D printing, it doesn't matter you're 3D printing a straight element or a curved element or a high-resolution element. So what we did is 3D printing such elements, filling them with concrete, and what you get out of it is basically this sort of shell facade panels which actually have these integrated ribbing elements, which means that you can start integrating structural performance within envelope elements. So you can explore a variety of topological configurations that are of a certain complexity that wouldn't be realizable with other means of manufacturing. And we actually have generated even larger elements like this one. And what's exciting about this is that finally we are able to match with 3D manufacturing the resolution that we have in a 3D modeling environment. So all of our computation started to make much more sense, because actually we can take full advantage of it. And in order to do that, what we have established is using the model environment not only for designing our structures or our experiments, but also for manufacturing them. So connecting modeling environment, manufacturing environment, coming up with our own tools for controlling geometrical complexity, but also for sending the right information for 3D printers. Using such an approach, we have explored even further to understand what kind of geometrical limitations we could have. This is just a small video of how we have applied the same approach for these high-resolution concrete panels. We wanted to prove that we could really get to a resolution, but also the kind of control and for this technique and technology, and being viable actually for market adoption. So we use basically production scraps, recycled material to 3D print such formworks. Again, as you can see in the process, you have this thermal monitoring. Monitoring looks like a mechanical engineering kind of topic, but the more you engage with digital fabrication, the more you realize that you want to get data about what you're doing, not only to make sure that everything is precise enough, like 3D scanning, but also to understand how to control this. So designers start being in control actually of this kind of technological processes. At the end of the day, what we do is actually fill in this with this ultra high performance concrete, and you can get basically this kind of concrete facade element with hollow, sharp angles, sinusoidal or kind of smooth curves. And we figure out that we could actually fabricate without any limit with this technique and very high resolution. So these are some images of a close-up of finishing. 3D scanning process gave us the confidence that we are very, very precise with this. We know how to control this. And because of that, we started imagining we can actually produce extremely complex components where the printed formwork is not only for casting concrete, but actually for controlling steel detailing of very high precision, like with millimeter deviations. And using this approach, we have actually fabricated this elements which are actually part of an unpublished work that I'm showing here. It's a polyhedral structure which is made from all these components with these techniques within our labs. And actually this is an image of a concrete structure that has been realized in this way. This is extremely complex structure that would not even fit together without such precision, would not be able to be produced anywhere else with other techniques. But the interesting thing about this is that it is an extremely efficient type of structure. I'm not showing it here completely because it's unpublished, but this is soon to be published as soon as we install it on our campus at the university. So you could see we can 3D print extremely high precise elements, but what about making this affordable? What about making this adaptable also for large scale elements? So we do also engage with direct 3D concrete printing, where you do not need molds at all. You can just 3D print elements, and you can even remove the waste produced from formwork at all. Why this is important? Concrete is the most used material on Earth after water, but even more importantly, it is responsible for 7 to 8% of CO2 emissions because of the clinker cement that we use in that. So one solution to this is, of course, looking for replacement of such materials, but realistically talking, we cannot remove concrete from construction. Not now and probably not in future. So one good solution is using it in a much more strategic way. So we're targeting horizontal structures, which for mid-sized building is up to 43% of the overall consumption of concrete. Historically, we are not really looking into optimizing horizontal structures, so beams and slabs and floors, because we just come with the idea that engineering hours would be extremely expensive, but not the material. But now we know that there are environmental costs. But 3D printing allows us to think this differently. So we have engaged in a series of structural exploration, which are called 3D light beams, basically targeting beams 3D printed with concrete and reinforced with typical rebars, and they have a carbon efficient design. The rationale behind this is that we can 3D print not by stacking vertical layers like you see these days on commercial applications, but we can actually control the toolpath to have this sort of woven toolpath design where we can have porous structures. So we started with very simple stuff. Let's 3D print a full beam. Let's print a grid beam, a porous beam. Let's reinforce them with typical rebars, and let's compare, does this work? So this is just some images of the 3D printing process in my lab. We just insert rebars as simple as that within the filament section. This is images of the porous beam that we 3D printed, and these are close-up of the cured material itself. And then, along with our colleagues, we actually have tested them in 3-point bending. So do they work? Can we get load-bearing horizontal structure out of 3D printing? Can we remove material? So surprisingly, what we obtained is that the porous beam had even higher strength than the solid beam. This is a little bit ambiguous because this also depends a little bit on the way that we inserted the rebars. But what you can see in there is that these are load-bearing structures. This can work. This can go on construction sites in future, but also they have extremely advantageous use of material in the case of the porous beam. We could remove 25% of concrete because of that. And then in collaboration with life cycle engineers, we've actually run life cycle analysis from cradle to grave, so looking into the material, the manufacturing, the operation, and disposal modeling. And what we understood is that we can reduce 45% of carbon emissions by using a porous beam compared to a solid beam. And this is not only because of the material saving, but also because we have recarbonation, because we have higher exposure area, surface area, and that's basically going to absorb carbon throughout the lifetime. So we have implemented this forward, looking again at these stress-based toolpath design workflows, and this is connecting back to the trabecule pavilion. So it's the same idea. We monitor stresses for different loading conditions, and then we 3D print following those trajectories so that we can basically use compression and tension elements instead of working in bending. So that's making it extremely efficient. So we figure out that we can, on a regular rectangular beam, we can save 35% of concrete, and if we even engage with shape optimization, such as the 3D Light Beam Plus, we can obtain such elements that are still porous, but they basically can allow us to remove 40% of concrete, and this is equivalent to 60% carbon cut. So there is a possibility of using such structure in a sustainable way, and that's what we're looking for. I'm showing here basically something that is, again, unpublished. It is actually an entire slab system which follows the same principle which we have printed and tested, and this responds to Eurocode. This is structural code for Europe, and is completely functional and working. This has been done a couple of months ago in my lab. Now we're going to reprint a new version because we've broken the previous one for exhibition purposes. And this is basically the idea that you can get such ribbon patterns according to specific loading conditions, supporting conditions, and therefore this can make it definitely sustainable, and this can show that it's a viable technology for the future too. Now I'm running a little bit long, I think, with time, so I think I will probably skip it here. I wanted to talk also about timber, but maybe I can just show you a little bit because I think it's important. So I will steal 2 minutes more. Timber is our third material that is of an importance, is extremely important because it's a carbon store, it's a carbon negative material. We want to use more, but we do not have enough. So what is extremely important to do there is essentially making sure that we extend the life cycle. So we have engaged with basically this sort of Lego approach, looking at timber elements as sort of Lego blocks that can fly from structure to structure. We mass produce them, and we then put them together with flexible robotic setups. We have actually been the first ones having full timber structure which are completely robotized in the assembly, so not only pick in place but actually screwing them together. And unfortunately, I think this is going to get too long. But yes, essentially what I wanted to send as a message that we can gain basically reversible timber structure which can be assembled, disassembled, so they're completely reversible and the material can fly from one structure to another. So I will just go to the end of it because I think presentation is too long. Yeah, I had a lot more, but what I can show to you is this. What we're now working on, which is currently a project we have in my lab, is essentially a 2-story demonstrator of a fully reversible timber system that is put together by robots. And this is allowing basically to use material through different life cycles and to prove that actually architectural robotics can make our life easier in a certain sense to achieve circularity in construction. So I would say this was the last project I wanted to show. I hope I'm within the time that I was given. The last message for me is about this kind of reflection. So Cedric Price used to ask back in the days about, or used to say that technology is the answer, but what was the question? And I think we live in an exciting time where we also know what is the question. The question is how to make our built environment more sustainable, and that's what I try to talk to you today about. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Roberto, for your insightful keynote speech. It gives us great pleasure now to welcome our last keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Shukri Abdel-Al, to give his keynote speech about harmonizing with nature and biodiversity, the blueprint for sustainable urbanism and Generation AI era.
السلام عليكم. I'm a bit different than Nadine and Roberto. I'm very familiar to this house. It is my home, as I said many times. I've been here working at Effat University for 6 years in the Department of Architecture. And it's really an absolute pleasure to be here again after all these years. Thank you, Dr. Haifa. Thank you, Dr. Asma and Dr. Mohammed Fikri for the invitation. I really appreciate that. Before starting my presentation, I wish to, if you allow me, to stand up, to have some stretching, if that's possible. So just raise your hands, put it down, and just say one word: I love my work. Okay. So just to give you a background about my history, here at Effat University, I used to work as an assistant professor at the architecture school, and before I was working at Cairo University. The story of my work actually started like 7 years ago, and I can see some very familiar faces here in the room, friends and colleagues and some graduates. Some of you may ask where this guy been through all those years, and I'm pleased to share that story with you. So, okay. Maybe the history of that story started like 20 years ago when I was working in my master's degree at Cairo University. My research was mainly around megacities and how the technology may impact the behavior of the city's users and how they can reshape the cities. And two of the important readings which I would like to share are Cities for a Small Planet and Ethiopia, those like 20 years ago. And both of these readings, and many of them are sharing the same idea that technology has a significant impact on the way we are living. Actually, it's sharing or shaping how can we behave in our cities. And most recently, we had that hit by ChatGPT in November 2022. And the progress of the technology through those 20 years was really immense and massive in terms of the breadth and the width of the impact. So we had the mobile phone back in the millennium, and then the iPad, the genetics, and generally, recently, the generative AI. Sorry. As I said, the final hit was by generative AI, and in November 2022, the world was hit by shock of that generative AI has been publicized and been used by a massive population in the world. And the most recent reading about this is the classical work of Mustafa Suleimani, which is The Coming Wave. And he highlighted in this book a very important notation about generative AI will argue to trouble and add new lists of stresses into the world which is already stressed. So we may agree and disagree that generative AI has lots of potentials and positives to enhance the quality of our life, the way we are dealing with different problems in our life, but at the same time it is bringing lots of risks. Cyber attacks, different sort of crimes and different types of stresses, loss of jobs, automation and these things. So it's about a world which is facing an increasing amount of stresses every day. And as I said, it is really affecting our mental well-being and health in different aspects. So the question is, and that was my main question for those past years, how can we find a way that the architecture can enhance the quality of our well-being? How can the built environment really help us in reducing the level of stresses that we have? You know the statistics that we have around the world that every 1 out of 6 people have different sorts of mental disorders. We have an increasing amount of autism, increasing numbers of people with anxiety, distress, depression. Those are symptoms showing that there's something wrong with the built environment we are living in. And we as architects should play a role in making a difference in that. I started the story in 2016, and that was when I attended a Ma'mariyat conference here at Effat University. and I presented my paper about how can we design a built environment to provoke well-being and creativity and innovation. The study started by investigating a building, a historical building in Syria, and expanded through the years until we reach it today. So I will tell you the story about those 6 years in a nutshell as much as I can. This is Bimarstan al-Argoun. It is a historic medical center in Aleppo, in Syria. And unfortunately, we lost that building back in 2014 due to the war. May Allah make it easy for our brothers and sisters across the board. So this building was really an important, significant, small building, but the design of that building was very unique. I started investigating that building in terms of how can this historical building may improve the well-being of its users, because that was the original design as a mental health care facility. It's a small building, as I said, but we learned so many lessons from that building that the built environment can really play a role in changing our life and changing the way we are behaving in our buildings. Exploring and expanding the research around the historical building will make a difference in the way we are dealing with the current life and the current built environment. That's why I shared that research with our colleagues in the Far East and Architecture School, Islamic Architecture Center at the University of Adelaide. And I flew to Adelaide in 2017, and I started working with a research team on that project. We expanded the research about that small historical building, backed by a massive amount of literature research around the values of that we can extract out of historic buildings, especially the Islamic architecture. That was a very expansive and comprehensive research around that area. And the first step was a comprehensive literature review between August and December 2017. The next stage was building a model for that historic building and finding a way on how can we analyze the built environment in a different way, using some sort of advanced technologies to see the behavior of the users of that building through simulation, the behavior of the environment, and the thermal performance of that building. It was a comprehensive study. It took around 1 year at the University of Adelaide, and the outcome of that study was really impressive. And the researchers were really interested in finding how that small building can really have that significant impact in the way it is designed to affect the users in terms of the light, the quality of sound, the ornament, the size of the spaces, the size of the rooms, the outdoor, indoor, the daylight, the artificial light. It was an amazing study. And the outcome of that study ended by analyzing the level of noise and level of light through the days in the building, the impact of the water fountains inside the building, and eventually that study resulted in publishing a journal article in 2018, which is called History Matter, the Origins of Biophilic Design of Innovative Learning Spaces in Traditional Architecture. And that paper was classified as the most comprehensive study on the application of biophilic design principles in historic buildings. The study expanded beyond 2018 to have more breadth around the healthcare facilities. That's why my next step was more empirical study. I went through the visit of the Royal Adelaide Hospital in Adelaide, my city, and I stayed as a volunteer in this hospital for 6 months. 6 months observing the behavior of the hospital users and the visitors of the hospital. How can that building affect their behavior, the level of stress, the level of anxiety, and how that can really make an impact on its users. And after that study, we went through a more extensive research around healthcare facilities and how can the built environment of these healthcare facilities make a difference in a way that it is improve the level of mental well-being of its users, decrease the level of stress and anxiety. We worked on having a theory around that, which is the resilience domain theory and other theories affecting the different aspects of human well-being, like physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, and how each of these aspects could be affected based on a certain feature in the built environment. And finally, the outcome of that expansive research in a sort of experimental way resulted in the later publication, which is related to the design approach for university campus for the tomorrow, and it was implemented on the University of Adelaide to see how the design of the different spaces within the university campus can really help the mental well-being of its users as students and faculty members. The next step, as I said, was more experimental and empirical research, like action research, in one of the world's most high-tech hospitals in the world, which is 800 beds Adelaide Royal Hospital. And as I said, volunteering in this hospital was really helpful for me to understand how people can really deal with the buildings. That was followed by one of the most controversial publications in the annual Design Research Conference at the University of Sydney, one of the most prestigious universities in the world. And that article or conference publication was titled "The Death of Modern City Hospital." And I was arguing in this one that the hospital of the day should be diminished. It should stop designed in such a way. We should think about hospitals in an entirely different way. In this article, I proposed some ideas based on my research through Bimastan Argoon and other research in this area to find the best way of designing the hospitals for the future. That also was followed by a journal article, which is Biophilia and Sologenic as Restorative Design Approaches in Healthcare Architecture, and it was one of the featured papers in the Architectural Science Review Journal in 2019. Those publications actually, and others of course, had an impact on the community of practice and research in Australia. And it was really affecting the way the people are thinking about developing the rating systems for our buildings. That was led by or followed by some communications with the Green Buildings Council Australia, who invited me as a member of expert panel or a panel of experts in reviewing the Green Star rating system in Australia. We managed to have some change and impact on that rating system. It has changed entirely from following the systematic approach of LEEDs and other rating systems in the world to be more humanized, leading with human beings, considering the human needs. They published in 2019 Building with Nature and started working with Green Star, Well Building, and other living building challenges to enhance the quality of that rating system in Australia. And that also was followed by a study I did about comparing between those different scaling systems and how can these systems really change the way of measuring in a good quantitative way the quality of the performance of the buildings in terms of affecting the mental well-being and the physical well-being of its users. Eventually, the Green Building Council Australia published the second version of the green rating system, the Green Star rating system, including 4 important measures or elements. The first one is about healthy. The second one, resilient, people and nature. Those are entirely new elements, were not there in the rating system in Australia before. And Australia took the lead in this advantage rather than the LEED system and other systems in considering the human needs in the rating systems. I worked, as I mentioned, in the nature category with different experts on how to quantify and measure the way of the building that can really affect the mental well-being and the health of the users. That was followed by some sort of experimental research, and I really acknowledge the work of the University of South Australia, in the advanced design studio in the master degree when they started in 2022 and 2023 having the design research studio titled Edible. The idea was around how can the people of a small size building can really get benefit of the practice of horticulture or planting their food or having some sort of activities like pottery studios dealing with the sand and the clay and have this sort of tactical communication with nature. And one of the important projects was Bots of Memories, and that one was a very unique one because it was in the heart of Hobart City, which is the capital of Tasmania in Australia. And the idea of that project is to mix between the different types of vulnerable people, like those who are having disabilities, the people with dementia, the people who are suffering from other illnesses like disability or autism, and having this sort of connection between the public community and those people who are vulnerable. And the communication through different activities like, as I said, planting and having pottery studio, having some workshops related to horticulture therapy, and other sort of activities. So it was the idea of connecting those with the public community and inviting the community to be more active towards dealing with nature and interacting with nature more effectively than before. So that was one of the projects, and there are so many other projects where we're really successful in changing the way we are thinking about the design of our building and how can we have that type of buildings in the future. So those are some images from that building, and excuse me for the quality of the images. And definitely that will make a change. What we have done in Australia was really impactful, and I hope that could expand all over the world. We need to think about the relationship between human and generative AI, how this can be a relationship. There's a sort of protocol. We said there's some changes are coming in the future. There are some sort of, let's say, risks dealing with the generative AI. We are now delegating everything to the generative AI to think on behalf of us, to work on behalf of us. But does it really going to be that they will be feeling on behalf of us? They will be emotional in terms of sentimental approach? That's what we need to think for the generative AI. I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not sure how to fix that, sorry. Go to the, yeah, just go to the slides there. And so, yeah, do that one.
And then,
That's fine. Yep. So it's really important to think about that future. This is a very pivotal moment in our history. Whether we decide that generative AI can do and delegate it to do anything for us, or whether we are controlling things and controlling the way we are electively selecting how it could do things in behalf. So that's the story of my research through those 6 years, and that's what we are expecting for the future, either to be proactive and make a decision or leaving AI to make the decision for us. Thank you. Just before I leave, a quick note. How can I move to the next one? Sorry. Yeah. I just want to thank those who are involved in this research through those 7 years. It was a collaborative work between 3 universities. Thank you, Dr. Haifa and Dr. Mirvat Shafi'i for their work in 2016 and 17 through Effat University. And thank you to Professor Veronica Subato and Dr. Peter Strife in Adelaide University in 2017 and 18. And thank you to Professor Katicha in University of South Australia from 2019 till today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed, for your informative keynote speech. Now we can have up to 10 minutes for questions. Any questions? Questions? You have questions?
Thank you so much for all our keynote speakers for their wonderful speeches and inspiration in different areas of architecture. Just to avoid taking time from other, I have one question for each. Let's start with Dr. Nadine. With the comparison between the greenhouse emissions and the electricity consumption across the world is amazing, and the figures are clear. But I'm wondering about the consumption itself of electricity. And we saw that some cities in Canada and the United States of America are considered the biggest consumers for electricity. Although if we compare even the consumption types, and we have here in the Middle East and African cities the air conditioning system, which is taking too much electricity. Although of this, still they are consuming more than these cities. They don't have air conditioning system as far as I know. And they are using central heating all the time based on the boilers and using gases. Just if you can elaborate for us about also this comparison, and if we take into consideration the different type of using for building, how this comparison should be.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think the chart I showed, sorry, I'm giving you my back. The chart I showed, oh, okay. Sorry. The chart I had showed 10 cities, Canadian, American, European, and Asian. And so you're specifically pointing at the North American cities' electricity consumption in comparison to the Middle East cities. Now, the Middle East had no cities demonstrated on my chart. However, to answer your question, I think it's a matter of affluence, at least that is one of the factors. In North America, Canada, and the United States, every single home is connected. We cannot exactly assume the same in Middle Eastern, or let's just say Middle Eastern cities. So I think that's one factor. You said air conditioning is a major user of electricity. I think the same applies in North American cities. It's not homogeneous. A North American city in northern Canada would be very different than a North American city in southern United States. So the whole spectrum of electricity consumption is still different, but I think the consumption number is really a matter of population size. So if the United States alone, it's larger than cities in the Middle East. So I would personally, my personal opinion would be population size. So number of persons times consumption, that drives that number. But I think behind that number is how clean it is. So Toronto is mostly nuclear, a little bit of hydro, a little bit of natural gas, zero coal in Ontario. Other cities might be different, maybe majority natural gas. So for example, if you want to plug in your electric vehicle, you're better off using gasoline if you have coal-fired generation. But if you have clean energy, sure, go ahead and plug your electric vehicle because now you have clean transportation. But for example, Cape Town, exploring electric vehicles, bad decision. because then you are charging your electric vehicles with 92% coal. Use gasoline, it's better. So I think that's just to offer an answer. Does that answer your question?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
And then we can talk a little bit more. And I think one of my goals, because of my knowledge of Middle Eastern countries, is to really start doing some research on capturing the numbers. I have a little bit on Cairo, a little bit on the northern 5 African countries, but I think I will take it upon myself to do a little bit more on Arabian Gulf and Middle Eastern cities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for all of our keynote speakers for the very diverse and dense presentations. I have a question for Dr. Roberto. I am Dr. Ibrahim Sami from College of Architecture and Design. I am interested also in the field of computational design. In the projects or the different samples you presented, I'm curious about the team. Like, I feel it's multidisciplinary, so we have civil and structural analysis, we have some programming, if I may assume, and then we have some architectural design elements. And also in our conference or our event, we are thinking also about what is the shape of, what do we need for future architects, also with computational design and artificial intelligence. So maybe if you can tell me about, like, what is the background of the team, and is it only architecture students, or who worked on this from an undergraduate level and maybe also professional level? Thank you.
Okay, I will also come here. Yeah, thank you for the question. So, competencies-wise, my team, there are architects, building engineers, structure engineers, robotics experts, mechanical engineers. I'm an architect myself, but actually SDU Create is at the Faculty of Engineering. So it is highly interdisciplinary, and therefore it is a choice for us to look into those specializations. And in my mind, when we look at the education of future designers, I like to call them designers, not necessarily architects. I also think civil engineers can be design and built environment, so on, right? So we are looking into integrated design, and we're looking into designers that have technical competencies in programming 100%, understanding sustainability 100%, understanding automation technologies, yes, but then when it goes down into the details, what designers should be able to do is communicate and collaborate with specialists. So we have in our team architects that are very good at programming and robotics, but at a certain point when the problems get so tiny and you would spend maybe months figuring out something, well, then you should ask a specialist there. And also because then you pull in also from other fields, not only the competencies, but you start a dialogue, and then you're also making an impact on those specializations. So I think that's the idea behind that. And the culture that we are trying to promote overall is a culture of integrated design. And therefore we can not only think of architecture as a separate kind of field. As architects, we like to think of ourselves as being special, but things are getting so complex and we have such challenges that then we need to be able to be cooperating. And I like to think that architects are specialized in visual anticipating the future and working across different fields and connecting knowledge domains. That's where I think architects are really the leaders in a certain sense. I hope that answered the question. Yeah, thank you.
And
I would like, hi, sorry, you want to stop? Can I ask a
no,
question?
go ahead, yes, go ahead.
Actually, I had 2 questions. All right, very good. Roberto, I'd like, okay, so let's make it 1. That's difficult for me. I would like to thank our speakers so much. I have a very simple question for Roberto about when you talked about this concrete and the fact that you have these different designs and so on was really interesting for me. But how do you connect with the employers and the people who will use it afterwards? But I don't know if there is something, you're doing something about that, because as you said, you are from trying to minimize the, the emissions and all that, and this innovation that you're doing, it might be very helpful. So how do you connect to make sure that it will be implemented in future?
You mean how do we make sure that is adopted in the industry?
That's right, yes. What do you do, or is there something you do?
I'll go back to the stage for such an
Sorry
important
for
answer.
bringing you.
Okay, so what we do is research at university. So we start from basic research. So all of these topics start as our own exploration from funding that we get. But the idea is that this becoming applied research and then innovation. So some of the things I show, they're basically on the edge of being innovation. And at that point, we do involve companies. So sometimes we have industrial partners that are coming from a field of their construction companies looking into automation, for example. There are architects and engineering companies that are looking into developing this. I would say we have a favorable environment in Denmark because the country invests a lot into innovation, which means there are funds that are available for collaboration of university and companies. And that's actually how a lot of the companies, there is, for example, a company called Cobot. They are the largest 3D printer manufacturer for construction scale. And that came out of several years of the country investing, having us, other universities, collaborating with the company. So I think it's very important, the political role of investing in this. And I can see this is happening also in other countries like Switzerland, like in Germany. So it starts from university, but at a certain point there is the need of investments. And the need for sustainable solutions is where actually we can convince the decision makers in investing more. I hope that answered. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all for the questions. As Effat University and design departments under the College of Architecture and Design are keen to integrate the experiential learning that delivers well-trained and creative architects and designers, we are proudly announcing our collaboration with Johnson Controls Arabia. And I would like to welcome our respected President, Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Lail, Dr. Muhannad Naeem Al-Sheikh, to sign the MOU with Johnson Controls Arabia. Dr. Asma Ibrahim, Dr. Asma Ibrahim, the Dean of the College of Architecture and Design, and Dr. Sajid Khalifa, the Chair of the Design Department. Thank you, Dr. Muhannad Naeem. Please, Dr. Haifa and Dr. Asma and Dr. Sajid stay on stage. ممكن العيلة كلها. هاي يا أبوي تبوني؟ أوقف جنبي. اوكي شكلك يطلع كأنك هذا عشان كذا ما قلت شكلك. كنت تدفين مرة بعد. ها اسمع نطلع من الستيج شوي نتحط. لا اوكي. خليك جاهزة. حتى الكينوت سبيكرز يدخلون لا شاف لا والله لسه ما خلصت. قسم بالله حسن بس يحول على السبيكر. طب ابعد شوي عندنا لسه ما خلصت. وريني بس بقري شوي. عادي كمل. لا 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 تعال. aren't you supposed to stay on stage? Okay. خليك close. Okay. صحيح. ممكن تسوي. كنت أسيب جوالك كذا بس توترت. طيب. Thank you, Dr. Muhannad Naeem. Please, Dr. Haifa, Dr. Asma, and Dr. Sajid, stay on stage. I would like to call for our respected Provost, Dr. Mirvet Shuman, to start our appreciation ceremony.
Amidst this conference ceremony, we gather here today to express our profound appreciation for the tremendous efforts that have been tirelessly exerted to ensure the resounding success of this remarkable event, both in terms of its scientific significance and immaculate organizational execution. It's now the opportune moment to acknowledge and honor each and every individual who played and acknowledge and honor role in enriching this exhibitional gathering. We would like to start with our keynote speakers, Dr. Nadine Ibrahim. تفضل. Dr. Roberto Naboni. And the Prophet Muhammad Shukri Abdul Al. We would like also to acknowledge our strategic partner in this event, the architect Anas Al-Sayrafi, the chair of Saudi Umran Society, Jeddah branch. We extend our gratitude to Mr. Hattan bin Hashim Hamouda, the manager of Social Responsibility Section at the Municipality of Jeddah, for his efforts for this event. We also seize this opportunity to appreciate our winners from our students along the different national and international competitions in which architecture and design participated. We start with our architecture students, Lina Abu Naja and Sabine Al-Harfi. They had honorable mention in the International Student Design Competition, the rehousing the cave dwellers of Bamyan, Afghanistan. They hold the Society of Afghan Engineers in collaboration with the MIT alumni. The competition was supervised by Dr. Yasmin Abdullah and Ms. Majd Al-Nafi. We also celebrate the achievements of our architecture student, شوق المطيري, رنا السلماني, لميس جمال, and Juri Fahad Abu Noor. They have just won an honorable mention in the epidemic urbanites for the 2023 design competition. The project was supervised by Dr. Tariq Rajab. It was selected from almost 70 submissions by teams in between 15 countries. In the competition of architecture, inviters showcase Instruct Crafting the Future. That was created and supervised by Dr. Abir Al-Sami and Ms. Maya Gamaruddin. We wish to celebrate the winners. The first place. The first place was for Masha'il Al-Dakhail. Congratulations. You can't see here structure there in front of the library. Well done, Masha'il. The second place, Jana Murad, Reema Al-Githmi, and Dana Muhandis. The third place, Zaina Mahmoud, Samir Muhammad, Salma Mitwalli, Amani Mirza. We really appreciate the participation of the following students: Shuruq Al-Yafi, Muna Hawari, Maha Miflih. Congratulations, everyone. Now we celebrate the achievements of our design students. We start with the interior design student Rima Al-Jishi. Her project was selected to be expected in Tanween Ithra. The project was supervised by Dr. Ahmed Abdel Razik and was selected from the graduation projects from the university worldwide. Layan Al-Hamid with major in product design. Her project was selected to be exhibited in Tanween Ithra as well. The project was supervised by Dr. Ahmed Kassab. We celebrate the success of Rawan Al-Sayegh, Saja Mamu, Layan Al-Hadari, and Sara Al-Harfi for winning the second place in 2 sets of cups in the Saudi Cup design competition supervised by Dr. Ahmed Kassab. Congratulations. From product design, we also celebrate the success of Hala Mushkhas, Usara Al-Harfi, and Saja Mamu for winning first place in the Udi design competition. Rawan Al-Sayegh, Batul Justiniya, Dana Khayat for winning the second place in the same competition. And also we have Layan Thamir. She won the 3rd place. The whole competition was supervised by Dr. Ahmed Kassab. We continue product design student achievement with Zain Al-Ramahi and Layan Al-Hadari for the winning in the final of Jewels of Arabia competition and manufacturing their own pieces. Layan Al-Hadari, please come to the stage. Congratulations Dana Khayat, Dina Shahada, and Duha Al-Ma'moon with major in product design for winning the finals of Al-Mishtar Urban Furniture design competition and manufacturing their own design. The project was supervised by Dr. Ahmed Kassab. The projects were shown as a part of the Saudi Design Festival. We finally end up with our dear student who participate in the design of and branding of this conference. Marah Al-Jasim was responsible for the whole graphic and branding for this conference.
Jana Murad was responsible for the activities banner. Dina Musa was responsible for the Almany banner. Thank you. Jana Hamid, please come. Million congratulations to all the winners. More achievements to come, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Haifa. Thank you, Dr. Mirvat. Thank you, Dr. Asma and Dr. Sajid. We are now officially inaugurating the event exhibition. You can visit the exhibition section now, and we will see you in 2 hours, inshallah. At 6 p.m., 2 workshops will start in parallel. Both are represented by Effat Aramco. And the first one is about folding structures, which will introduce you to the use of contemporary ergonomy in design, art, architecture, and engineering. It will be held in Sharbatli room. The second one is about creative connections and modernity in design. It will be held in the library hall. Each workshop will run for 3 hours, and then we will head back here from our last event on this day, which is the panel discussion. See you there, inshallah. Thank you.
جدة يعني
So we borrowed and then for our own medical. Yes, and also we have like this kind of keywords. And then you find here our success stories for our alumni. And here our extracurricular activities for different
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. المحل موقف علشان نشمل كلهم مشغولين. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبغى يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
freehand sketches for architecture and design all levels. And then we just created like a button of these. This is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Okay, if you want to
ممتاز. Yes.
يعني if you
اللي
have
يحب يجي يشوف يقول كل واحد ما أحسن بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
this is our model.
أيوة. خلاص عشان ما مرور كذا أيوة. علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بنات أنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة أنها
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
الحكم ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم أنت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين خلاص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله باذن الله. أنا عارفة بشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذه الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت هنا انتيريور هناك اركيتكشر لان الكليه ثلاثه نعم. قطع هذا دائما من هنا. بسم الله. زي جدة يعني.
So we borrowed and then for our own medical. Yes, and also we have like this kind of keywords. And then you find here our success stories for our alumni. And here our extracurricular activities for different
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. المحل موقف علشان نشمل كلهم مشغولين. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبغى يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
freehand sketches for architecture and design all levels. And then we just created like a button of these. And this is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Okay, if you
ممتاز. يس.
يعني if you
اللي
haven't
يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما احسن. بلاش نروح دحين لانه الكل عنده
just this is our model.
ايوه.
مر عليهم كلهم.
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني اذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافيه والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بناتنا.
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة انها.
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
الأغلبية.
القبول ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة. ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم انت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله باذن الله. نعرف مشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذا الابداعات.
السلام عليكم. كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور الكرام كذا. هناك برودكت هنا انتيريور هناك اركيتكشر. لان الكليه ثلاثه. نعم. زي جدة يعني. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
Every student is in front of the project.
ممتاز. يس.
يعني
اللي يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما احسن. بلاش نروح دحين لانه الكل عنده.
just this is our model.
ايوه.
مر عليهم كلهم.
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني اذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافيه والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بناتنا.
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة انها.
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
الأغلبية.
القبول ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة. ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم انت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله باذن الله. نعرف مشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذا إبداعات.
السلام عليكم، كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت، هنا انتيريور، هناك اركيتكشر. لان الكليه ثلاثه. نعم. زي جدة يعني.
مجرد ان ندخل and then you find here our success stories for our alumni, and here our extracurricular activities for
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. نحن نوقف علشان نشتغل كلهم مشغولين. we'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبغى يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
freehand sketches for architecture and design all levels. And then we just created like a puzzle of these. This is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Okay, if you want to
ممتاز. Yes.
يعني if you
اللي
have
يحب يجي يشوف يقول كل واحد ما احسن. بلاش نروح دحين لانه الكل عنده.
just this is our model.
ايوه.
مر عليهم.
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا أيوة. علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني اذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافيه والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر، فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بنات أنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة أنها.
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
الحكم ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة. ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم أنت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلاص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله باذن الله. نعرفه بشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذا الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم، كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت، هنا انتيريور، هناك اركيتكشر. لان الكليه ثلاثه. نعم. كمان نشتغل كلهم مشغولين. we'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني. أيوة. ممتاز. يس.
يعني
اللي يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما أحسن. بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
this is our model.
أيوة.
مر عليهم كلهم.
بس خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بنات أنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة أنها
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
الحكم ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم أنت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلصنا اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله بإذن الله. نعرف مشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذا الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم. كيفك دكتور؟ احنا حنمر مرور كذا. هناك برودكت هنا انتيريور هناك اركيتكشر. لان الكليه ثلاثه. نعم. زي جدة يعني. كلهم مشغولين. we'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني. أيوة. ممتاز. يس.
يعني
اللي يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما أحسن. بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
this is our model.
أيوة.
مر عليهم كلهم.
بس خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بنات أنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة أنها.
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
الحكم ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم أنت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلصنا اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. إن شاء الله بإذن الله. نعرف مشاغلكم والله.
لا لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله، الواحد يعني يسعد بهذه الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم، كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت، هنا انتيريور، هناك اركيتكشر. لان الكليه ثلاثه. نعم. زي جدة يعني. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
And then we just created like a button of these. And this is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Please, if you want.
ممتاز. Yes.
يعني if you
اللي
have
يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما أحسن. بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
just this is our model.
أيوة.
مر عليهم كلهم.
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور.
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا. شكرا. الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر، فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
لاحظ الله تبارك محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بناتنا.
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة انها.
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بس يعني هي
الأغلبية.
القبول ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة. ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا. الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم انت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين. خلص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you إن شاء الله بإذن الله. نعرف مشاغلكم والله.
لا لا بالعكس. شيء جميل والله، الواحد يعني يسعد بهذه الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم، كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت، هنا انتيريور، هناك اركيتكشر. لأن الكلية ثلاثة. نعم. زي جدة يعني.
So we borrowed and then and also he have like this he wears and then you find here our success stories for our alumni and here our extracurricular activities for
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. نحن نوقف علشان نشتغل كلهم مشغولين. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
freehand sketches for architecture and design all levels. And then we just created like a puzzle of these. And this is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Please, if you want to.
ممتاز. Yes.
يعني if you
اللي
have
يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما أحسن. بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
just this is our model.
أيوة.
مر عليهم
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا شكرا الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
جمال حصل الله محاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بناتنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة انها
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
القبول ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبة ان شاء الله السنوات القادمة نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم انت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين خلاص اركتكشر هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله بإذن الله. أنا عارفة بشغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس شيء جميل والله الواحد يعني يسعد بهذا الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت هنا انتيريور هناك اركيتكشر لان الكليه ثلاثه نعم. زي جدة يعني.
So we borrowed and then and also he have like this he wears and then you find here our success stories for our alumni and here our extracurricular activities for
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. نحن نوقف علشان نشتغل كلهم مشغولين. We'll go through this way بعدين كل واحد يبي يجي ياخذ براحته يعني.
freehand sketches for architecture and design all levels. And then we just created like a puzzle of these. And this is our architecture section. Every student is in front of the project. Please, if you want to.
ممتاز. Yes.
يعني if you
اللي
have
يحب يجي يشوف يقعد كل واحد ما أحسن. بلاش نروح دحين لأنه الكل عنده.
just this is our model.
أيوة.
مر عليهم
خلاص عشان ما
نمر مرور
مرور كذا علشان نشوفه بس ما نرجع لهم ثاني إذا نبغى نشرح لكل واحد. الله يخليك. شكرا شكرا الله يديكم العافية والله. احنا دوبنا بدأنا نقبل عشان طلبة للاركتكشر فعدد الطلبة لسه قليل. الله يديكم العافية.
جمال حصل الله حاضرة الوحدة هذه قالت كل بناتنا
أيوة.
يعني مفتخرة انها
ايوه ما شاء الله تبارك الله، بس يعني هي
أغلبية.
القبول ما جاء الا دحين حق الطلبه، ان شاء الله السنوات القادمه نلاقي ان شاء الله. شكرا، الله يسلمكم.
سنة كم انت؟
هنا برودكت ديزاين، خلص اركتكشر، هنا برودكت صح؟ We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you ان شاء الله باذن الله. أنا عارفة بشاغلكم والله.
لا بالعكس، شيء جميل والله، الواحد يعني يسعد بهذه الإبداعات.
السلام عليكم، كيفك دكتور؟ احنا هنمر مرور كرام كذا. هناك برودكت، هنا انتيريور، هناك اركيتكشر.
مجتمع يضم التخصصات الفنية والهندسية وكذلك الأفكار الإبداعية. في أكثر من قسم مختص بالهندسة، يعني مجتمع مختص بالصناعة، مجتمع مختص بالهندسة العمرانية، كذلك مجتمع مختص بعملية الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأيضا مجتمع مختص بالتصميم الجرافي. طبعا أنا قدمت أكثر من ورشة في إسراء. هذه الورشة قدمناها تقريبا 7 مواسم، كل موسم يكون برودكت مختلف، منتجات اللي نشتغل فيها في الورشة أيضا مختلفة. شاركت عندكم هنا في جدة في مركز حي جميل، في مهرجان حي ماتسوري، كان تصميم ورشة كانت مختصة بأن احنا نصنع جدارية من خلال الأوريجامي، والحمد لله خلال 4 أيام تم تدريب أكثر من 350 شخص. وتقريبا نقول وش الأشياء اللي أنتم تعرفونها عن فن الأوريجامي؟ خلنا ناخذ كذا استطلاع بسيط. تقريبا صحيح. ايش الاشياء اللي ممكن يعني شفتها او عرفت ان هذه اوريجامي؟ بشكل عام انت اشياء شفتها وعرفت ان هي اوريجامي. تمام. تعرفون أشياء عن الأوريجامي أو لا؟ أول مرة؟ طيب، فن الأوريجامي هو فن تقليدي ياباني، ويعتبر الآن من أحد أهم الفنون العالمية لأنه يدخل في جميع التخصصات والمجالات. يعني أنا أقدر أستخدم تقنيات الأوريجامي في أي مجال أنا أبغى، كذلك أقدر أطور التقنيات والأشياء اللي أنا حابة إن أنا أستفيد فيها من خلال الأوريجامي لأي بروجكت أنا ممكن أصممه، سواء كان بروجكت فني، بروجكت هندسي، أو بروجكت صحي، مثلا في مجال الصحة، في مجال الأزياء، في كثير من المجالات ممكن نحن نستخدم فيه الأوريجامي. تعرفون من هذا الشخص الجميل ولا لا؟ ولا أول مرة تشوفونه؟ تمام. أكيرا يوشيزاوا هو يعتبر المؤسس الفعلي لفن الأوريجامي، واللي طور الأوريجامي من كونه انه يكون فن تقليدي الى فن عالمي، بحيث انه طور التقنيات اللي موجوده فيه، طور الهندسيات، الرياضيات، المعادلات الرياضيه، بحيث انه يكون فن الأوريجامي انه مو فقط فن بسيط، لا انه يكون فن جدا جميل ويقدر اي شخص انه يستخدمه. كذلك انه صمم اكثر من 5000 مجسم، وغالبيه المجسمات اللي موجوده عنده الان معروضه في متاحف العالميه. تمام. لا بعد لا وش المجالات اللي ممكن احنا نستخدم فيها الاوريجامي؟ اعطوني امثله. الواجهات ممتاز. بعد تغطيات ممكن. بعد بعد طبيعي ممتاز. ديزاين ممكن. تمام. طيب احنا نقدر نستخدم الاوريجامي في المجالات الهندسيه جميع انواعها. نقدر نستخدمه في الديكور، نقدر نستخدمه في الطب، نقدر بعد ان احنا نستخدمه في الازياء، نقدر نستخدمه في العلوم والفضاء، نقدر ايضا نستخدمه في تصميم الجبال. تمام. طيب زين نشوف هذه الصور اللي موجوده عندنا. احد شاف هذا المبنى من قبل اول مره؟ هذه المبنى فكرته مستوحاه من الطبيعه. طبعا هذا المبنى اللي موجود هو جاليري حق ارت، وبنفس الوقت جزء منه مركز تسوق. فكرة المصمم انه حاب انه يظهر شيء من الطبيعة وبنفس الوقت انه يظهر في حاجة جمالية، يعني انه كيف انه يظهر الحاجة الجمالية اللي في المجسم، بحيث انه عمل تكوينات الصخرية لكامل المجسم، وبينما هذه الاجزاء اللي صار استخدم فيها تقنيات الاوريجامي، وبنفس الوقت تكون ظاهرة الى المركز الاساسي تبع المعارض الفنية. فهي حاول يستوحى من خلال انه تكوينات الكريستال مع الحجر، بحيث انه يظهر المبنى بشكل كامل حاجة طبيعية وبنفس الوقت حاجة جمالية. الصورة اللي بعد. تمام. فنشوف هنا كيف ان الاشخاص موجودين بداخل، كيف ان التكوين اعطى جمالية من خلال الالوان، انعكاسات الاضاءة، كيف ان الشخص لما يمشي فيه يعطي ايحاء جدا مختلف او الايحاء المعتاد اللي احنا متعودين عليه في التصاميم العمرانية والمطاعم.
ممكن نشار.
طيب قبل ما اتكلم عن المدينة المالية بالرياض، احد زار هذه المدينة ولا او شاف صور لها غير هذه الصورة؟ ما اسمع. مترو. وبعد طيب هل تعرفون امثلة ثانية موجودة عندنا في المملكة تم استخدام الاوريجامي فيها او لا؟ وش فيكم نايمين؟ صحصحوا. طيب انزين، انا راح اقول لكم امثله موجوده عندنا في المملكه. لما نروح المدينه المنوره ودائما ننبهر من حاجه موجوده في المدينه المنوره، مثل وشو؟ المظلات هي تعتبر اول حاجه بنيت يعني في المملكه من خلال استخدام تقنيه الاوريجامي. تم استخدام فيها الاردوينو، وايضا تم استخدام فيها الاوريجامي. احد يعرف ايش الاردوينو؟ الاردوينو هو مجال مختص بالالكترونيات من خلال الحركه والاضاءه. تمام. فلما عمليه حركه المظله كيف تكون؟ خلاص هي يكون في بروجرام خاص بالمظله ان هي تفتح في اوقات معينه وتسكر ايضا في اوقات معينه، اعتمادا على اشعه الشمس وعلى سنسر تبع الهواء. فلما هي تجي تفتح خلاص البرنامج يكون قارئ الاشياء اللي موجوده فيه، فهي تفتح، وقت اللي تحتاج تسكر. واحيانا ممكن هي مو لازم ان انا استخدم البرنامج في حال انه مثلا اعطاني حاجه مختلفه، يعني الشخص اعطاني توقعات مختلفه، فخلاص ممكن انا استخدم البرنامج بطريقه. تمام. طيب المدينه الماليه بالرياض هي تعتبر الان من اجدد المناطق اللي موجوده في الرياض، وتم بناء جميع المباني فيها بتصاميم اوريجامي. كل مبنى هنا موجود راح نشوفه مبني بطريقه مختلفه، لكن مستخدم فيها ايضا تقنيات الاوريجامي. مثل برج المالي، الابراج الثانيه كذلك. هنا هذه المدينه انا ما اعرف ايش اسمها بالضبط. الصوره الثانيه. تمام. فينا ايضا حتى حوالين المدينه هي نفسها البقع الخضراء والباركنج وكذا ايضا تم تصميمها من خلال الاوريجامي، بحيث ان نفس تكوينات الاراضي اللي هي موجوده فيها تم تكوينها بنفس الطريقه. فالتقنيه اللي مستخدمه في بناء هذه المدينه اسمها الجيومتريك اوريجامي. تمام. طيب هذه احد زار ديزني من قبل او لا؟ يعني هذه خاصة اللي يبيكم تزورون المدينة المالية وتشوفون التصاوير هنا. تمام. سبيس شيب ايرث هذا موجود في ديزني طبعا، تقريبا كأنه موجود في أمريكا. وهذا المبنى الجديد اللي تابع إلى منصة له مس، اللي هي مؤسسة مس. تمام. فكرة هذا المبنى انه يعتبر احد المراكز الجديدة المختصة بالمبتكرين والمبدعين، اسمه مركز علمي. تقريبا حسب علمي انه راح ينبنى في ابها، بحيث انه يكون استقطاب الى الاشخاص الجامعيين المصممين المبتكرين، انه في افكار جديدة تنطرح يتم استخدامها من خلال هذا المركز. نشوف ان فكرة المركزين متشابهة من بعض، ان فكرة هذا المبنى تقريبا قريبة الى فكرة سبيس شيب ايرث في ديزني. تمام. طيب من خلال الاوريجامي طبعا احنا راح نصمم بعد ما نخلص برزنتيشن، راح ننفذ هذا المجسم. تتوقعون ايش هذا الشيء؟ شمس؟ كرسي. بعد كرسي. تمام. هذه فكرة الكرسي ان احنا نقدر نستخدم الكرسي نستخدمه من الجهتين، وبنفس الوقت نقدر ان احنا نسوي منه تكوينات مختلفة، بحيث ان احنا ممكن نسوي منه طاولة، ممكن نسوي منه افكار ثانية، ممكن نسوي مثلا مدرجات. كذلك حتى نفس طريقة التصميم ممكن ان احنا نشيل بعض القطع فيصير هو طاولة وبنفس الوقت فيها زي الأرفف. فمن خلال الأوريجامي إن إحنا نقدر نصمم أكثر من شكل، نقدر إن إحنا نستفيد من الأشكال بطرق جدا مختلفة. بينما المجسم الثاني وهو فكرة زي الخزانة، استخدم الأوريجامي فقط في عملية الباب، بحيث إنه يكون الباب ينفتح بشكل كامل ويكون يتسكر فقط من جهة واحدة. وكذلك لما يبدأ يفتح يبدأ يسكر يتسكر بشكل دائري على شكل جبل. تمام. طيب هل أحد يتوقع أن ممكن إن احنا نستخدم الأوريجامي في الطبخ؟ الطبخ ممكن بس لكن أنا أقول لك في الطبخ. تمام. طبعا في الطب في كثير من الأجهزة الطبية الجراحية اللي تعتمد فعلا على استخدام الأوريجامي، لكن هذا من الأمثلة الجديدة اللي تواجدت حاليا يتم استخدامها من الأوريجامي. الآن لما نروح المستشفى مثلا الدكتور يوصف لنا دول نحتاج إن احنا نستخدم إنه يعطى لنا من خلال الأوراق. دائما نقول يا أما إن إيد الممرض ثقيل يا أما إيد الممرض خفيفة، صح ولا لا؟ فمصمم هذا الجهاز قال بما أن تفاوت ثقل استخدام الممرض للإبرة، إنه بحيث إنه يخفف ضغط اليد، بحيث إنه يكون جميع ضغط اليد متساوي عند جميع الناس. فصمم هذه العبوة بحيث إنه لما الإيد الشخص يضغطها يخف ضغط اليد على المريض، فما يحس بألم بشكل كبير في حال كانت الممرض إيده فعلا ثقيلة. تمام. طيب في الفاشن يعتبر الأوريجامي من أصعب المجالات اللي نستخدمها فيه. تتوقعون ليش؟
صعبة الحركة؟ الحركة؟
لا مو صعب الحركة، صعب التصنيع. لأن عملية التصنيع حقه من خلال الفاشن أحتاج إلى أوراق بأمتار جدا مهولة. يعني ممكن أنا عشان أصمم فستان واحد أحتاج قرابة أسبوع إلى أسبوعين فقط في عملية طي الورق بشكل كامل. زي ما زي ما احنا نشوف هنا الرجال هو مختص فقط بعملية تصميم الورق. يعني شوفوا هذه الورقة كاملة، هذه فقط حق تنورة واحدة. فما بالكم لما أنا أجي أسوي مثلا احنا نقولها بالشرقية طاقة، على ما أدري انتم وش يسمون، طاقة قماش. فيكون جدا صعب. فبعدين بعد من خلال هذه العملية تبنى عندنا العملية الثانية، عملية تصميم الملابس، كيف انه يكون شكل الملبس، سواء كان طريقة التصميم مثلا يكون في الأكمام أو شكل الفستان كامل أو مثلا تنورة أو قميص، أيا كان التصميم اللي أنا أستخدمه من خلال هذا القماش. بعد تمام. طيب أحد يعرف وش الشيء اللي موجود في الصورة ولا لا؟ لا مو كل حد كان الشيء. تمام. طيب أحد يعرف كيف شركة ناسا تطلق الأقمار الصناعية إلى الفضاء؟ صاروخ صحيح. وبعد عشان هذا الصاروخ يفتح في الفضاء كيف يصير؟ يتفكك صحيح. طيب عشان وكالة ناسا طبعا وكالة ناسا دائما يكون عندها فنانين أوريغامي مختصين فقط في عمليات تصنيع أجهزة الأقمار الصناعية من خلال الأوريغامي. فكيف تكون الفكرة؟ إنه يكون يعني مثلا حجم المظلة جدا كبير، زين، سواء كان بشكل دائري أو بشكل دائري أو مثلا أو بشكل ثماني أو سباعي، أيا كان حجم المظلة. فهذه المظلة تنطوي بحيث إن هي تكون أسطوانة بشكل كامل، وهذه الأسطوانة تنحط في الصاروخ، تمام. بعدين يتم إطلاقه فوق، فلما يبدأ ينطلق إلى الفضاء ينفتح بشكل كامل، ويكون في زي السنسر تابع إلى هذه المظلة. فلما خلاص تبدأ هي تفتح، خلاص هذا السنسر يخلي المظلة مفتوحة طوال الوقت، يعني ما تنطلق أو تتسكر إلا بعد. تمام. في أحد هني جرافيك ديزاين؟ لا. تمام. طيب احنا من خلال الجرافيك ديزاين كيف ان احنا ممكن نستخدم الأوريغامي؟ الأوريغامي نقدر نستخدمه مثلا في الباكجينج، في عمليات التغليف. كيف ان انا ممكن اصمم تغليف مبتكر، علبه مبتكره جديده على حسب نوع البرودكت اللي انا ابغاه. يعني ممكن انا يكون عندي مثلا هذه البرودكت اللي موجوده في الصوره، تتوقع لاي منتج مثلا؟ حلويات، صابون، صحيح. منتجات عنايه. لما انا مثلا بروح السوق واشوف مثلا منتج بهذه الطريقه، اكيد انا بيجذبني ان انا اشتريه حتى لو انا ما كنت محتاجه له. فهذه من الطرق الجميله اللي احنا ممكن نخرج فيها منتجات. طيب ليش في شيء مستعجله؟ تمام. الصورة الثانية ان احنا استخدم المصمم فكرة الأوريغامي، وانه من خلال الستيكرز انه راح صمم فكرة نوعية الزهور اللي مستخدمة في المنتج نفسه، راح صممها من خلال الأوريغامي، راح صورها. بعد ما صورها وخلص منها عمل منها زي ستيكرز على كل منتج. فنشوف مثلا هنا زهرة الساكورا، هنا زهرة الأوركيد، هنا زهرة البنفسج. فكل منتج مختص بزهرة معينة، فأعطى جمالية جدا جميلة لفكرة تصميم المنتج. مع أن العلبة نشوفها مثلا عادية، لكن فكرة التصميم هي فكرة جدا جذابة. تمام. قبل لا في أشياء جدا مهمة إحنا لازم نتعلمها عشان إحنا نبدأ عملية تصميم الأوريجامي. فممكن الناس تشوف إن الأوريجامي صعب لأن في طيات واجد، في أنواع مختلفة واجد من خلال الأوريجامي، وبنفس الوقت بما أن إحنا شفنا الآن أنه يدخل في أكثر من مجال، فهذا الشيء يخلي الشخص إنه يقول أنا ممكن ما أعرف أسوي أو ممكن لا. فإحنا نقدر إن إحنا نصمم أي شيء نبغاه من خلال الأوريجامي بناء على قاعدتين. وفي قواعد واجد، لكن في قواعد أساسية هي تسهل علينا عملية التصميم. إلا بعد تمام. يعني الآن نشوف هنا الخرائط اللي موجودة الخريطة اللي موجودة عندنا هي خطوط، لكن الخطوط وش الألوان اللي موجودة في الخريطة؟ مو باين. أزرق أحمر. تمام. الأزرق اللي هو الفالي فولد، والأحمر الماونتن فولد. الماونتن فولد اللي هي الطير اللي تكون دائما بالاتجاه إلى الأعلى، بينما الفالي فولد اللي هي تكون الطيات اللي دائما متجهة إلى الأسفل. فلما أنا أجي أصمم حاجة وأبدأ أفهم فكرة التصميم أنا إيش اللي أبغاه، وأعرف أحدد من خلال الماونتن فولد والفالي فولد على خريطة التصميم اللي أنا أصممها، راح يظهر عندي فكرة التباين كيف إن أنا أصمم هذا الشيء. تمام. اللي بعده. طيب متحمسين تجربون؟ عشان أكون واضحة وياكم، القطع شوي فيها آثار تبع الليزر كات، فممكن إيدكم تتوسخ شوي، اعذروني على هذه الحاجة، بس إن شاء الله إنكم تستمتعون ويانا. أنا راح أشرح مجموعة زين، لكن العمل بيكون كله جماعي. أتوقع إن كم عددنا إحنا موجودين هنا؟
في 4 كل طاولة. 4 كل طاولة.
أحس الكراسي القطع اللي موجودة عندنا هي تقريبا مجموعها 3، يعني كل مجموعة تشتغل على قطعة واحدة.
بس المجموعة يعني.
إيه، فأنا أبغى أن الأشخاص اللي مو موجودين في جروب ينضمون في جروب.
عدد الكلي حاليا 15.
موجود حاليا 15. تمام، يعني كل مجموعة تصير 5.
هذول معانا ولا هذول موصلين؟
انتم هنا 4 صح؟ يعني بعد ناقصكم 1. طيب بابدي ويا جروب البنات الصامتين اللي ما يسولفون واجد. اوكي، شوفوا احنا عندنا تقريبا 5 نماذج من القطع صح؟ زين، عندنا 1 2 3 4 5. هذه القطع هي نفس القطعة بس إنه وجهين مختلفين. طيب أنا الآن وشو راح أحتاج أسوي؟ راح نحتاج إن إحنا نحزز شوي بسيط، ما نقطع الكرتون، نحززه بحاجة جدا بسيطة. تمام؟ بحيث إن أنا أسوي بهذه الطريقة. الحين أنا جيت أحزه ما أطوي على نفس الاتجاه اللي أنا حزيته، لا العكس، بهذه الطريقة. هذا الاتجاه الأول، وبعدين أمسك على الاتجاه الثاني. بعدين وش اسوي؟ نفس الشيء هذه الطريقة، فأنا أجي آخذ هذا الجزء الأول، فأنا راح تكون عندي القطعة الأولى بهذا الشكل أدخلها في الزاوية، تمام؟ بينما هذه راح تدخل في المنتصف. هذه القطع راح تكون بهذا الشكل على فوق، تمام؟ راح تكون هنا في الزاوية، وهذه راح تكون كيف؟ راح تكون نفس الطريقة، أجي أشتغل عليها، أحززها أول. أجي آخذها، شوفوا هي في زي الكسرة تحت، صح؟ هذه الكسرة تحت تصير على تحت، ما تصير فوق، بينما الكسرة هذه اللي في القطعة الأولى بتكون على فوق، وهذه القطعة الثانية تكون الكسرة على تحت، تمام؟ فالآن انتم اشتغلوا عليها، هذه بتكون كيف؟ أنا راح أركبها تحت، إي راح تكون تحت، فأنا راح أركبها أنتم دقيقة. هذه الطريقة. فالآن الحين انتم تكملون الباقي، هذه آخر قطعة بعد ما انتم تخلصون باجي أشرح لكم إياها كيف تسوون. يلا شوف كمل. عفوا.
ما في مشروع ما
أتوقع تحتاج إن واحد يسوي مشرف والباقي يطول. الحين احنا كم نموذج موجود عندنا على الطاولة؟ 5. تمام. فاحنا راح نشتغل على أول ثلاثة نماذج. هذه راح نخليه آخر شيء. احنا نحتاج أول شيء نشتغل على الجزء الأساسي. ناخذ المشرف، تمام، وأجي أحز على المشرف، ما أقطعه، اللهم فقط أسوي جزء بسيط بالضبط عشان يساعدني في الطي. الحين ما أبي أروي على نفس الاتجاه، أروي على الجهة الثانية. الآن هذه القطعة آخذ القطعة الكبيرة أول وأدخلها في الزاوية، هذه الطريقة، تمام؟ وبعدين آخذ القطعة الثانية تكون في المنتصف، ما تكون في الزاوية، لا تكون في المنتصف، وأحطها بهذا الشكل. الحين القطعة الثانية وش أسوي؟ هذه بتكون عكس هذه الكسرة تصير على تحت، بينما هذه القطعة اللي حقها تكون كسرة على فوق. أجي أدخل هذا فراح يكون عندي 4 زوايا، وهذا المنتصف يكون
هذه تكون كسرة فوق.
تفضل. واحد يسوي مشرف والباقي هنشوف الطاولة كده هندسي أكثر من اللي يعتمد فقط على خطوط وأشكال هندسية.
الله مين اللي قطع
أنا باليلا حصلت ثلاثة. راح نشتغل على أول ثلاثة نماذج وهذه
في واحدة فوق واحدة تحت. ايوه هذه
تمام يكون كرسي. بس أنا كرسي لا متعلم.
لا هذه ايوه هذه فوق.
أول حاجة راح نسويها إن راح نأخذ القطع.
عادي تصورينا من ورا. بنات عادي لو صورت.
كيف تبغين؟ الحين
ما تبغين ابين وجهكم ولا تبغين ابين؟ نسوي واحد اديني بس اسوي بدنيا واحدة بدون واحد بدون واحدة بدون هذا أول واحد أول واحد بيجيب أنا بسوي
خلصنا ثاني؟ انت شربنا ولا؟
لا قال دي حتسوي لنا هو هذا ايوه بس هذا مو المفروض يكون في النص لان المربع اسمه في النص تقع ايوه في النص
دقيقة هي مو بس واحد كذا وواحد كذا؟
ايوه طيب جنبه مربع
حطيه في التسجيل جنب بعض عندي هذه راح تكون في الزوايا الأربعة وهذه راح تكون في
اذا بس دقيقة ما عندي
هذا كله هذه راح تصير
مع دخلكم حلو بس ما بين وجهكم مرة ايوه بس مبين احنا خلصنا ايش نسوي هذا؟
في غلط في التصميم
لو سمحتي لو جبت بحاجة
لا هذه صح هذه صح هذه فوق
حتى يطلع لا باقي أو سوي
هذا كان تمام اوكي الحين لا الحين اوكي الحين خلي هذه على
كأنكم سلكتوا أطراف
وادي اخر هذا ادي احزه
الله ما حلو يا نو لا
عطني القطعه الثانيه لازم ننتبه لحاجه القطع لازم يكون هذا الشكل واحده على اتجاه اليمين واحده على اتجاه اليسار اربعه راح تجيبي اربعه راح تجيبي
جربي الحين الزاوية حبيبي والله طب اسمع احنا ما شيء نبدا هذا قبل
ممكن تصور من جوالي
لا عادي شو كمل كمل.
حقنا ترى مرتب والله.
هلا بصير
الحين هنا ما راح نطوي بالعكس، راح نطوي على نفس الاتجاه اللي احنا قصينا على نفس الحرف اللي قصينا، ما نعكس زي اللي سويناه اول شيء.
لو سمحت يا أسماء خلصنا احنا فرق أول.
اوكي ما عليه دقيقة.
هاي أكلت؟ لا لا ما تقولي.
هذه بعد. لا عاد الحين هذه لما نجي نركبها راح نركبها بهذه الطريقة. تمام؟ هذا الشكل نشوف المثلث الكبير راح ادخله بهذه الطريقة. تمام؟ يدخل بهذه الطريقة نفس الشيء، هذه راح تدخل هنا وبعدين نقلبه وندخل طيب في أغلاط ولا لا؟ تمام. خليه شوي على جنب وعطوني قطعتين من هذا. طيب عشان انتي تشوفيني بالسكرين شوي. شوفوا في قطعتين راح تكون واحدة اتجاه هذا الشكل، واحدة بتكون هذا الاتجاه، واحدة إلى اليمين واحدة إلى اليسار. تمام؟ راح أسوي نفس الطريقة أحزز، لكن الفرق هو إن إحنا ما راح نعكس الدايرة، راح نسوي على نفس الاتجاه اللي قصيناه.
هذا كرسي؟
تقدرين تستخدمين الكرسي، تقدرين تستخدمين الطاولة.
أروان يعني على
ترى الكرسي يتحمل 80 كيلو إلى 100 كيلو. يعني عادي، يعني تقدرون تقعدون عليه. خلاص هذا انتم. تمام. نطوي بهذه الطريقة. الحين هذه القطعة الكبيرة أدي أدخلها. طيب يكون داخل. اوكي. الحين هذه نفس الشيء يدخل داخل كامل، بعدين نقلبه وندخل المثلث الصغير من الناس. يلا كمل الباقي. صورتم عادي؟
مجنون قديمة هذه قاعدة.
لازم صوركم عادي ولا بس؟ لا قلبيها عادي، قلبي على الطاولة.
صح makes sense.
صعبين الموضوع.
يا شيخة ما في أي ألسة في الموضوع. هم ولاد هم جوز. دقيقة والله بتصير حلقة بس. أبغى بعد بس نشرب أجرب لك. كيف بدك معاهم؟ ما فيني أطبق ده الصراحة. يمكن نقدر نبدلها. شفنا حقتنا.
هذا كيف يسوى؟ بس هذا اللي فوق. في شيء مرة بيخش هنا. بنات هذا الجسم ما عندي هذا صغيرين يعني. ايش تحسين الأولاد تحكيهم هندسية أكثر من بالعكس يسأل أنا سينيور أنا
حسيتي؟
ايوه لسه للاسف يعني هي كثير
ليش للأسف؟
زيادة الانتقاد
لسه
هذا الشيء خلينا نقطعه عشان لا تقطعينه ترى والله هذا الشيء اصلا انا ابغى اقطع عشان تصوري
هذا من هنا ولا؟ هذا صغير ولا كبير؟ هذا شيء صغير. استني على خليك على جنب شوي.
ما شاء الله سريعين.
وجد الماء.
انتوا اكبر لا دخل لا دخل اقوى
هنا هو مخلوق صح؟ يلا خليش الحته نجرب.
لا احنا
لا لا بعد هذا ايوه كبير صح. يا روان شفتي كله؟ ما خلصتي؟
بس اطول
لا لا
قلت لكم شوفوا صاركم
حبيت انه انتم ما حاولت تضبطه
إذا كان حقهم حقيقي يقعدوا عليه. عشان نشوف كواليتي ولا بس
يلا جاب.
لا نحن قاعدين نسوي
لا
اصلا هم ما يبغوا يقعدوا عليه عارفين حقهم ما كويس.
جد صحيح حيوان كتب انا جلست عليه.
اصلا انت جالسين كلنا بيض والله لا والله لا والله كلنا شوف كلنا ركبنا انت وصلت
ترى انت ما بتتوسخ الحين عادي صار كله
أربعة كان خمسة واحد جالس مثلا ثلاثة يعني
طبعا دافع معنوي
قبل واحد تاخذ كل دافع معنوي
ما عندنا.
كلهم يقطعوا يا جماعه.
انا كنت احضر فيديو عن جد لو سمحتي
يا عمي
لا والله هذا
يطلع حلو.
خلصت طيب يعني.
بس
لا خلصوا وشوف في قطع بيضة نفس الواحد ياخذها.
يبدأ وقفنا وبعدين حيفوز. هذا الغش. شوفوا خلصنا.
خليه يجيب
بس يا القصة نظيف عندكم يعني شايف انا مشرط
بس هتبدأ وقفنا.
اي نبدا قبل
لازم عجل. لازم تعدل.
طيب ابشر جيبي عندي خليها
طيب بس ما حد.
اي ان شاء الله
لا ما أثبت أقول لكم ما. والله خذ موس فيها. تدرج من فوق. اسمع شيء. كانوا حقنا.
نحتاج مشرط خلاص ما نحتاج مشرط خذ المشرط
المهم في شيء غلط. يمكن عارف وين ثاني ايوه. كيف انت احسن مني؟ عرفت ترى اسمي واسم بتقول بس.
كيف معلش هو كاتب لك صح؟ بالله ترسي يدك لسه نظيفة؟
لا بس مو ذي لا
خذوا بس خذوا يحتاج.
خلاص؟
كل واحد ياخذ.
مو حلو ما عجبنا.
مرة.
اخذ بعد
فجأة أنا بغيت أشوف ورق. نهاية مرة ما في موضوع الشخص. يلا قاعدين سوا.
لما تخلص قاعد.
لا اول شيء خصوص كرسي حق لا ما خلص هذا حق الشباب خصوص كرسي حق الشباب ما عندنا مجال
بعدين زيادة عادي زيادة هذه كيف
بعدين تقلبينها تسوين هذه تصيري على فوق من
عادي اصور
لا سوي واحدة عادي
لا احنا
قلنا ما في مجال لك ما تكون شغلك بس قبل لا تقصي نعرفك
يعني هذا النص غلط
والثاني نفس الشيء
ما سويت الجهة الثانية
كان عليه اتجاه نفس اتجاه المايلة
لا انت ما تسوي كذا تسوي
باتجاه معاكس اثنين
انت سويت هذا صح؟
كلها نفس الشيء
اوكي الحين انت تسوي هذه على فوق
اتوقع
بس شوي
تصير اتجاه ثاني يعني مشوار سريعة
طيب
استنى واسمعني
كيف كذا صح كذا
ايوه وبعدين وانس
المايلة كويس هذه كويس كده هيطلع سوي واحد
خلينا نحطها نعلق
انا بعلق نفس الوقت ولا خير صح؟ زي اللي هنا صح؟ ايه والماء العكس كده كده بعد الرسول هو طبيعي انه يجيب ولا اذا هو طبيعي؟
يبي لك واحدة جديدة
هذه زي برا هذه مرة هذه الاولى ايوه خلاص ما هو هذه كمان كذا هذه لا حلوة ولا عيد؟
لا اقول لك
ان شاء الله
كده زي ها
هذه
قديم الشغل ها
قديم الشغل انا ما تبني طولك خلصنا
عن جد كيف بنسوي؟
الخطوط المستقيمة كلها خطوط المايلة
عالم ثاني
بعدين خلاص راح يزبط معك الشكل هذا
ايوه
بعدين
خلاص
الأول
خليني اعطيكم مجال تفوزوا شويه عشان ما تحس انه احنا
قصرت والله الأول أذكر إني خلصت الأول لسه في الأول البركة
كيف الطاولة فجأة صارت this side على these lines بعدين اعكسوه وسووه على العكس على these lines
يعني اسمه هذا
اثني هذا نفس
يعني هذا
خليها احسن عشان ما اخرب
مطبوع على هذه كلها خطوط الطولية بس
انت قاعد تساعدني ولا ما تضمني؟
أي خطوط المايلة
يعني هذا خليه على برا قاعد يشرح مرة كثير
الخطوط هذه الطولية خطوط زي كذا وهذه الخطوط بس اللي زي كذا
والمايل العكس
الخطوط الاتجاه العكس ايوه كله لا كل واحدة الحالة
ممتاز يا برطمان ما شفت ما شفت ممتاز
بنات
تبغاكم تستخدموا فيها بريك
اي هذه جريمة
عرفت ليه ما خلينا يمسك هذا معاه؟
لا 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 ما تعرف هاي تعرف كلها انقطعت السنة تنقطع والله يعني السنة تقطعي عشان اقول لك ترى مو انا السبب هو طبيعي
هذه ايش؟ اللون الثاني على ذي الجهة.
جيب واحد جديد انا هذا واحد جديد
كيف ممكن تسكرها على طول كذا؟
اوكي دقيقة.
انا على العكس العكس كذا.
خلاص نجرب بس نحط كذا وراح
بعدين
لا لا بالعكس ايوه كذا
لا لا نفس اتجاه هذا
دقيقة انت تقدري تشكليها زي ما انت ممكن تصير بهذه الطريقة ممكن تصير بهذه الطريقة دقيقة عدد
صالح سلام.
كذابة
عرفنا سبب التأخير
انا اقدر
شو يدك؟
طيب رافع
عكسيات قريب عكس الحمد لله على السلامة.
انا حاسه بالحيوان ايش هي
شوف طبيعتها صدق انا ما اعرف بس انك انت خلص شو اسمه هذا انا في النهاية مبسوط فيك.
هي لازم كذا تبغى؟ لا يعني بعدين انت تشوفيها على الفيس.
تعالوا نصورها. انا حطيت
حتى انا
ترى من عندك مقطوعة من هنا
قطعت؟
من الزاوية بس.
اول شيء
استرسلت مرة ممكن دخلت كثر. يعني عكس.
اسمع شكلي حصور حقك كمان. هو اللي عطته.
ولا تحطيه فينا، ما كان قطعت هذه مو اللي عندي.
تاخذي ساعات خير.
على المجال.
جبت الاشراف.
سبعة. لا المهم اللي معرفة يعني هناك معرفة. أنا عارف أنا أفضل. هذه مع هذا.
لا حق كبيرة.
شوف ايش اللي ما يلف معك. ايوه انت لف هي سلطة.
امسك كده. لا 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 كذا مش غبي.
تطبيق طلع في النهاية.
لا ايوه يلا الحين دلي يا ريت.
لا بشوي لا تشدي. انا ما خلاص اصبر هي
هذه حاجة
انا سرقته.
والله هذا نفسه انا نفسه شوف انا بدرس خلصت فيها اسود والله حلو من
مو مريح شطة تعالي من هنا من هنا كلنا عندنا غلطة بسيطة.
هي في الكورنر ما تفتكر.
كيف التجربة؟ جميل؟ تمام. عندنا الأبطال جميل. عندنا ستيل واقف فراغ. خليك واحدة تجربون كيف نكسبون traditional origami. حاجة تقليدية في الأوريجامي. هلا خلصنا. لا تقولي تبعت رزان ابراهيم.
البطة دي
ايوه البطة هي من
والله شو؟ عادي يا لا 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 عادي عادي مع المبارك نقدر نسويها شوف شوف والله تبغى تعال 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 هنا تعال
طبعا روان
نسوي نفس مين قال؟
اتوقع خلينا نتجه
ايش نسوي؟
ما هي هذه
الجميع الجميلات اللطيفات كلكم تعالوا فيك يلا
يلا فيك كنت يلا
نجلس اماكننا
اقعدي عليه اسمع اقعدي عليه ها اقعدي عليه
اسمع خليه يضحك اي حاجه عشان كم سويت 7؟ في واحد سوى 8
لا هذيك سيبها
لا بس حقنا
فيها قطع من عندك نظيف مرة يعني
سهل هذا حقنا
Yes, they on the food almost 6.
Oh, بس in case you made something folded. اسمع اديني واحدة من هذه ما حد جاي بونس كيف حقتها عشان ما نسرقها ايش بدأ فيني في
ما بدينا
والله
سودة ركز معاه
ايش نسوي؟ ما ادري والله
يلا استناكم تهجموني شوي عشان نبدا
شو بستوى شيل معاه كيف
انا مع ناس ضمن عليهم
انا بمشي زي
انا هنحسب من
شاهين لكن الناس اول نص
اول شيء ناخذ ورقه عادي لا تبون تصوروني عادي صوروني براسكم لان هذه مره ممتعه هذه الحاجه اللي احنا بنسويها هي الحاجه الاساسيه في الاوريجامي تعتبر رمز الاوريجامي اوكي بعدين بدي اسوي كذا ودي راح تسكر معاي بهذه الطريقه. بعدين راح تسوي في خواتيم كذا الحين اجي
لا لايف بس في اليوتيوب. باليوتيوب. ايوه يوتيوب. لايف بس في اليوتيوب. في حد السنة اللي فاتت. الله يطمنك. احلى برزنتيشن. الله يريكورد كله.
الآن وش عندي خط المنطقة صح؟ فني آخذ هذا الجزء أطوي هذا الطريقة أطوي على وأكرر على الاختلاف الثاني بنفس الطريقة. الاتجاه الثالث نفس الطريقة. يكون يعكس شكل زي الطائرة الورقية بس ما هو الطائرة. تمام؟ تمام. الحين بما اننا صار عندي هذا الشكل عندي هنا خط صح؟ اخذ المثلث كامل واطويه على الخط الامامي وبعدين ارفع. الان ايش اسوي؟ افتح الاتجاه الاول افتح الاتجاه الثاني هذا الشكل ارفع الورقه بهذا الشكل مجرد ما انا ارفع راح تسكر معاي طرفين بهذا الشكل واسوي طريقه حتى انه يكون شكل نفس الشيء. فأنا وش أسوي بس أدخل الورقة على داخل وأعدل أطراف موجودة في اليوتيوب تصير بس أوريجامي اكتب أوريجامي فريم راح أوريجامي فريم. هذه اسهل لكم العمليه لان انا اسوي خفيف افضل لان احيانا بعض المجسمات تراديشنال اوريجامي يعني التقليديه فيها يعني الحين مثلا هذه طاويات وايد سواء كانت طاويات داخليه او خارجيه فتحتاج طيات اكثر. في نوع ورق يكون قوي من ناحيه التحمل في يسمونه هو اللي يستخدم مثلا مجلات وهذه الاشياء يكون مره عمليه الطي اوكي الحين انا عندي جزء متحرك وجزء بعدين اسرع تمام. اوكي انا ذكرت عندي جزء متحرك وجزء فاحنا راح نطوي على الجزء راح اخذ نفس الشكل زي قبل شوي زي ما طوينا على هذا على هذا هذا الطرف اللي برا يجي على داخل نسوي على كامل الأطراف الحين لا في غلط بس نسوي على كامل الحين وش اسوي؟ الحين اخذ هذه الورقة السكر اللي اطوي بهذه الطريقة بعدين بعدين انزل بعدين افتح هذا الطرف واصعدها الى فوق بهذه الطريقة وبعدين اطوي هذا الشكل نفس الشيء من السكر الحين احد الاطراف نخليه فانا راح اخذ هذا الطرف اجي اطوي بس بهذه الطريقه ايدي الحين نحط لك النقطه الارضيه عشان يصير بالي فوق يصير عندنا الحين اخذ هذا الشكل كامل لاسفل زي ما سوينا هذا الشكل
ايوه مرحبا
الله يسلمك تمام يلا ناخذ الورقة ونطوي بهذا الشكل
هسه تجيب ايه قافة
زين وبعدين نفتحها ونطوي باتجاه المعاكس تمام. زين الحين عشان انا اختصر على نفسي مسألة هذه الطية الثانية اطوي. الحين انا فتحته اعكس الورقات. زين اطوي بهذا بالعكس. بس سوي. الحين بس سوي كذا تاخذ الورقة
كذا؟ في
صح.
لا شوف كذا كذا كله موجود كله موجود صح؟ وقفت ممكن انا ادري حاجه هذه
كذا دقيقة. الحين انت طويتها كذا صح؟ تروح تعكس الورقات تسوي كذا بعدين تطوي بهذا.
لا بعدين كذا بعدين كذا
تمام؟ زين الحين عندي كذا عشان لا يصير غلطة في طريقنا. في جزء مطلق وفي جزء مفتوح صح؟ فاحنا نطوي على الجزء المفتوح.
هنا؟
هذه مفتوحة. شوف تطوي. الحين سوي
كذا كل المقطع
من ورا نفس الشيء. لا العكس. سوي بالاتجاه المفتوح بهذه الطريقة. هذه تمام. احس هذه احلى. الحين سوي الاتجاه. احس الكرسي
حسي ليش مسوين
هذه صح وهو راح سوى العكس. الاتجاه المعاكس يعني من الخلف.
دخل ما ظبطت.
إذا ضبطها كل اللي غلط فيها.
سهلات
اوكي ما
مو سهلات.
احنا حنروح فين حنبدا؟
اوكي تمام. زين بما ان انت بتعيد انا بكمل اياها تقريبا تكمل. اوكي الحين عندي خط صح؟ الحين اطوي على.
كذا؟
لا بس ما باتجاه واحد. بس اذا انت تبغى من اتجاهين عادي تصير من الاتجاهين. تمام. الحين افتح الاتجاه الاول.
اتجاه المخيم.
اي ارفع هذه اول. ايوه. اوكي. زين. الحين افتح اتجاه واحد. تمام. شوف انا ماسكه ايدي فوق. زين. واخذ طرف واحد. بس طرف واحد. زين. وارفعها الى فوق. مجرد ما انا رافعتها الى فوق، هذه الاطراف شوف كيف ايدي. شوفوا كيف ايدي. شوفوا كيف ايدي. اوكي واسكر.
كذا.
هذه الطريقة.
كذا.
صح. بس عدل. اي ممتاز. بس عدل الاطراف. نفس الشيء من الخلف. من الخلف.
قبل لا تبدا.
ممتاز. اوكي الحين عندي جزء
دقيقة. هذه كذا؟ ايوه.
لا عاد. الحين سوي الاتجاه اللي ورا.
انا علقت زيها. انا عاوز اسوي.
تمام. الحين سوي الزوايا. ارفعها زي قبل شوي.
صح؟ كيف هذه؟
الضغط سريع.
بعمل الزر. لا تصير على طول. ترى ما تصير. سوي هذا كله.
الحين سوي هذه.
سويت هذه كذا.
الحين يلا الحين سوي. سوي هذه اللي في النص. اوكي الحين هذه الاطراف هذه.
طيب.
تمام. خلاص. لا تصير مفتوحة كامل كذا بهذه الطريقة. ايوه. هذا اتجاه المفتوح مو المفتوح.
ما في سهل.
اوكي الحين هذا عندنا اتجاه مفتوح واتجاه مسكر. نجي نسوي نفس الحركة، نطوي بهذه الطريقة على الاتجاه المفتوح. شوفوا كامل الخط. نجي معاي بهذه الطريقة.
انا من فين؟
اوكي ما اسوي لك واحد.
اتجاه مفتوح.
ما اسوي لك هذا.
في كمية اشياء. كذا؟ هذا صح. سوي كذا.
شوف اخذ هذه كامل من برا بدخل هذه الطريقة. نسوي هذه نفس الشيء. ممتاز. اللي ورا نفس الطريقة. ايه الاتجاه اللي يتحرك وين الاتجاه اللي يتحرك. ممتاز. تمام.
الثاني نفس الشيء.
نفس الشيء. أشوف. كمل الحين. تمام. الحين آخذ هذا الجزء أطويه كذا بشكل مائل على نفس الخط بهذه الطريقة. تمام؟ إيه زين. وبعدين أنزله. بعدين أفتحها بهذه الطريقة.
دقيقة حبة حبة. هذا كيف صح؟
هذا اللي بعده.
نزله. نزله. أيوه. الحين امسكها كذا. لا على تحت. الحين افتح هذه. لا هذه افتحها. وهذه تصعد كده تمسكها وتصعد على هذا.
اوكي.
زين وبعدين تمام بعدين تسكرها.
كده عادي جيبي اشياء زي كده انا ما بقول اشياء في شرح في اليوتيوب والله صعب ممكن تشتري اسهل
كذا يعني.
أشوف. ممتاز بس شغلة فوق شوي. اوكي الحين سوي الاثنين.
جاء ثاني نفسها
تمام بس طلعها شوي على برا.
ابشر معاه
اوكي راح نسوي ثاني.
انا نفسي اسوي شيء ثاني
شوف واطويها كذا على فوق. تمام الحين انزل زين بعدين افتح هذا الاتجاه وارفعها على فوق هذا الشيء. تمام بعدين اسوي بس تطلعها على فوق. يلا الحين
سوي التنين
لا الحين مو تندين الحين كمل هذا.
خلاص غير الشكل فجأة.
بعت منك
كمل شوف خلاص ما باقي شيء وتخلص بس ضبط الورقة دقيقة.
وبعدها انا سابق.
زين الحين هذه شوف عشان تنتبه. اوكي الحين تطوي هذه فوق كذا زين بعدين تنزلها بعدين تاخذ هذه ترفعها كذا وبعدين تسكرها. الحين هذه طلعها بس شوي وأضغط. الحين سوي الاتجاه اللي بعد اختار وين تبغى اتجاه الراس. لأن هذه أجمل حق الزين هذه أفضل حق تمسك كذا بالإيد بعدين تسوي هذا زين الحين هذه آخر واحدة تبتسوي آخر واحدة آخر الأفضل على هذا زين أطوي الحين هذه
بعدين كده هذا هو التنين طيب اقول لك عليه
تقدر تمسك كذا
حقتهم فوق الكاميرا والجزحات
الحين
رفع عزة ولا ما جلسة لا ما جلسة هذا كثيرة فوق
اجيب صبعي ثاني واسوي زي كذا شوف عشان يصير عندي الراس بعدين في المنتصف اجي اطوي كذا الحين اخذ هذه شوف اطويها لاخر شيء. زين الحين سوي الاتجاه اشرح لي. اوكي الحين لا مو كذا تمسك في ايدك هذا الطرف
سالك وضوء ايوه
سوي الناحية الثانية.
يبغى دان بس
بس ممتاز يعني خطوات صحيحة. أهلا بالجميلات. وين باقي؟ أين ذهبوا؟ شيل هذه بس. انتون اوريدي عارفين يعني موافق باقي وش بس هذه. اللي سويت تسوي هذه عشان تسوي هذا الطريق. هذه الحين انت سويتين هذه. الحين نسوي هذه الثانية باتجاه. الحين نسوي هذا. كذا. تبي يطلع لك هذه. عندي اتجاه مسكر واتجاه مسكر واتجاه مفتوح. احنا نسوي على الاتجاه المفتوح. وهذا الطرف. هذا الجزء. نفس الشيء. اتجاه.
اسوي شيء ثاني؟
في باقي اخر حالة ثالث. كذا. يعني الحين نقلب الورقات ونسوي نفس الطريقة.
بعدين وصلنا هنا.
سويت.
هذا الفوق بعدين صح؟
استعجلت عليها شوي.
المشكلة تفتح هذه أول.
خرب لي هي يعني صح؟ صح.
ما في حاجة تفتح
والله.
هذه أي
هذه
غلط
مرة.
يصير لك.
بس لازم تسوي يمين تسوي يسار.
تمام. الحين ناخذ عندنا احنا هنا خط نضيف وهذا الشيء. تمام. الحين نفتح هذا الجزء الأول نمسك الورقة بهذا الشيء. تمام. وآخذ طرف الورقة وأرفعها إلى فوق. مجرد ما أنا أرفع إلى فوق هذه الأطراف تدخل كذا على بعدين مجرد ما أمسكها داخل كذا بس وأعدل الأطراف. نسوي الاتجاه الثاني.
لا يا أخي أنا كنت صفر. لا صح.
تحس الورق ده أسهل. التراديشنال دائما يكون أصعب من عملية التخطيط الهندسي أو التخطيط الهندسي بعد يكون في صعوبة على حسب عملية التصميم. بس انتم حسيتوا ان ذاك اسهل لان اوريدي هو مقطع وجاهز لكم، بس لو انتم بتخططون من البدايه وتقصصونه الين الفاينل برودكت راح تحتاجون تقريبا حوالي من ساعه ونص الى ساعتين. تمام. الان الحين انا عندي جزء مفتوح وجزء مسكر. احنا راح نطول مره ثانيه على الجزء المفتوح. ناخذ هذا الاتجاه. عندي خطوط هنا.
شوف خرب لي هي شو ما خربت رجع لفوق. هنا قاعد يصور صح؟ رجع لفوق.
انا وصلت هنا.
الاتجاه الثاني؟
لا منو 80 هاي؟
لا اي بعدين لا
ايوه اقطع لي هي
اخذ هذا الجزء ارسله كذا على
اي شوف وصل شوف نفسه هم بس
شوف ايه اوكي وصلنا كذا. الحين انزل هذه واحده زين بعدين افتحها من هذا الاتجاه زين اوكي وبعدين ارفعها هذه بعدين سكر.
انت من الشرقية ها؟
من الشرقية.
ايوه بعدين؟
عشان سكرها بهذه الطريقة. الحين
بعيد.
الحين سوي الاتجاه الثاني.
نفس الشيء.
نفس الشيء.
بسيطة اخي انت قاعد تعرف
الحين في طويت شوية كذا على فوق. بعدين بعدين افتح هذه وارفعها كامل على فوق. هذا الطريقة. الحين ايش اسوي الحين؟ سكر. هذا الطريقة. تمام؟ بس اسحب شوي على برا. سوي الاتجاه. عادي هذه دائما تصير.
هذا الثاني ها؟ الأول خلصت؟ هذا الثاني لا يسوي.
الحين سوي الاتجاه.
هذه يسوي. لا هذا اللي مسويه. هذا اللي مسويه.
هم يشرحونك دكتورتين.
كذا؟
ممتاز. الحين كيف نسوي الراس؟
طلع زي كذا.
لا تمسك بالابهام هنا وبعدين تنزل هذه وتطلع.
ايوه ايوه عكسية.
كذا.
الحين بهذه الطريقة امسك بابهام بهذا الشكل. هذا الشكل.
خلاص كذا؟
وبعدين بالابهام الثاني افتحها ويصير معي بهذا الشكل. ايوه. الحين مو في خط في النص؟ اطوي خط النص على تحت سكر معي بحيث يصير معي زي الحين ايش اسوي؟ اخذ الورقة لاخر شيء بهذه الطريقة واطوي. نفس الشيء من الاتجاه الثاني.
استنى.
دقيقة انا عند الراس.
تمام خلاص خلصتين. الحين اطوي هذه اخر شيء. تمام؟ وهذه اخر شيء. الحين ايش اسوي؟ اما تخليها بهذا الشكل او
ايه. حالك. ما اعرفك.
ذاك لكم تعالوا هناك بشرح لكم.
خلصت من اول مرة صح؟ ما في عادات ما في شيء.
ايش رايكم؟
لا انت بس في واحدة زايدة.
إذا كانت تصير في شكل تقدر تسوي زي
ايوه.
والله ماني حافظة. يا عمي قد البراء بالقوة.
اوكي يلا. يلا تعالوا.
في أحد سوى أحمد؟ عشان المستقبل بس.
حتى بدأت تعمل عليه.
يلا.
لا ما خلصوا.
خلاص قول الحمد لله. كيف؟
وهذه تقريبا أكثر من
ما في أي حق.
عملية التصميم جدا بعد مختلف. تمام. فمثلا نجي إلى هذه نفس الطرق اللي شرحت لكم شيء عملية بحيث إنه يتطور بهذه الطريقة. تمام. كريكت ميكر هو جهاز ناس واجد تفكره طابعه بس هو مو طابعه. يشبه هو له عدة استخدامات. نقدر نستخدم فيه عدة خامات سواء خشب، بلاستيك، قماش، ورق، أي مادة أنا أبغاها أقدر إن أنا أستخدم فيه. تمام؟ فأنا رحت سويت التصميم بالإلستريتر أول عشان تكون جميع الخطوط عندي بكسل، ما يكون في بكسلز مثلا في الخط أو كذا. تمام. بعدين بعد ما خلصت منها رحت استخدمت حطيت التصميم ديزاين سبيس تبع كريكت ميكر، وبعدين خليته انه يسوي لي سكوب على كل الخطوط، وبعدين انا بعد ما اخلص منها ابدا اسوي عمليه الطي. فهذه تجربه كيف ان احنا ممكن نستخدم الاوريجامي مع الوقت. تمام. وش تتوقعون هذا الشيء؟ طبعا انكسر امس ولزقته وسوى هذه جبس. تمام. بس وش تتوقعون فكرة هذا؟ طبعا تصميم خاص انا مصممه. تمام. انا غير الاوريجامي انا رسامة تشكيلية. تمام. فلما اجي مثلا باجي ارسم ولا بستخدم حق فرش لما اجي ارسم دائما الفرش مكسرة على الورقة مثلا وفجأة مثلا انسى فرش فيها لون ودي على الورقة تنحاس مني. فلما جيت قعدت افكر اقول وشو ممكن كيف اسوي هولدر ان انا استفيد منه وبنفس الوقت ياخذ مساحة فرش ما شاء الله. فسويت هذا الهولدر اقدر ان انا استخدمه مثلا من هذه الجهة واقدر استخدمه من هذه الجهة واقدر اخليه بهذه الطريقة استخدم الاثنين مع بعض ويشيل لي اكثر من 40 فرشة. اول شيء سويت صممت القالب كامل وبعدين صبيت فيه بس اول مراحل هي بديت عليها ان انا اشوف كيف الناتج اللي بيطلع وياي من الورق كيف بيكون التكنس حق القطعه، كيف ان انا اقدر اشتغل فيها. وبعد ما اخلص خلاص لما اشوف انه اوكي قابل لها ابدا ابحث عن عمليه اللي هي مواد القالب اللي انا ممكن ان انا اصممها. عمليه القوالب ممكن احنا نستخدم سيليكون، ممكن نستخدم بلاستيك، ممكن نستخدم رزن. بس الرزن خلاص
الجرام عندي برضه نفس الشيء.
خلاص كان يسوي لك خلاص تالي توصل وياي تمام. هذه نفس الشيء، هذه مقدمة وبنفس الوقت أقدر أسويها كعزة في تصميم دقائق. هذه 3D printer استخدمنا التصميم اللي يكون 3D printer بعدين سوينا قالب ونفس الشيء عملنا. فهني شوف كيف شكل إن الأوريجامي مرة جميل، يعني عاملنا نظافة في الشغل وبنفس الوقت عملية التفكيك حق المرة. هذه الفكرة الثانية كيف إن نفس الشيء استخدمنا من خلال الأوريجامي بحيث إنه سوينا زي المخروط والفولدنج جاي على كامل هذه وبعدين تصير ضيقة إلى العلبة، والعلبة نفس الشيء تكون مكملة إلى هذه من نفس الأفكار. كان في فكرة ورشة سويناها في موسم تلميذ السنة اللي راحت، كانت حق يعني بشكل عام حق عامة المجتمع إنه كيف إنه ممكن نعمل أشكال من خلال الأوريجامي بخامات ثانية يعني غير الورق، بحيث إنه تكون خامة طبيعية بس البروجيكتور راح يطلع لك اشكال واجد. هذه من القطع اللي موجوده في اوريجامي سيميليتر، بحيث انه يعطيك شكل جمالي. اجابه بطريقه الاوريجامي بعيدا عن الاشكال الهندسيه. فهذه شكل زي شكل ورده، وفي نفس الوقت وانا هندسه فقط انا مو مانجا وعديت الاوريجامي. فكنا جالسين نفكر نقول انه وش ممكن ان احنا نسوي بهذا الشكل، يعني ايش الاشياء اللي صار. فقلنا ممكن جميل مثلا انه يكون مثل البريه، قاعده زجاجيه والسرير، ممكن يكون طاوله، قاعده زجاجيه شكل الديزاين.
Maybe part of from the ceiling and the skin. Maybe it will be the shading device. So how to
الأوريجامي بعد فيه حاجة جدا جميلة. قبل شوي لما أنا قلت لك إن الأوريجامي ما في عملية خطأ، ليش؟ لأن مهما تخطئ في الأوريجامي تقدر يعني الخطأ يتصحح ويكون صواب على طول، ما في مجال إلى الخطأ. فأنا من خلال الأوريجامي أقدر إن أنا أسوي باترن يكون متعدد الاستخدام. يعني الحين مثلا هذه القطعة ممكن إن أنا أسويها بهذا الشكل ويكون عندي مثل الثريا، تمام؟ وممكن ان انا اعكس اتجاهها بنفس الباترن، ما اغير، يصير عندي تصميم مبني. ممكن من نفس الباترن اسويه ويصير عندي يصير بافليون. ممكن ان انا اسوي مثلا بهذه الطريقه يكون من نفس التصميم بهذه الطريقه ويكون عندي خيمه كامله. فهنا كيف ان احنا نقدر نصمم من خلال الأوريجامي افكار واجد. يعني انا تمبلت واحد يطلع لي اكثر من نموذج. نفس الشيء الطريقه هنا، بس هنا اللهم شكل مختلف بهذه الطريقه كيف يصير. طبعا كل ما زادت اليونت كل ما اعطاني اشكال مختلفه. نفس الشيء هنا سوينا له بيزنس، استخدمناها الجزء الجمالي في الأوريجامي فقط فأعطتني فكرة مرة. هذه أنا كان ودي أسوي بحجم أكبر بس ما مداني. هذه الطريقة هذا نان. تخيل. فهذه أساساً لو دخلتم موقع ناسا بتشوفونها موجودة يستخدمونها في الفايبس تبع الأجهزة حقتهم، إنه بحكم إنه يكون فلكسبل حق بعض القطع، يعني يكون عملية الحركة حقها جدا مريحة. هذه ب 3D printer، هذه مسويها زوجي. كان عنده مشروع في جامعة البترول وجرب إنه يسوي زي الفازة صغيرة، هذا الشكل وهذا الشكل. traditional هذه تقريبا فيها 30 قطعة، تمام؟ 30 قطعة تتداخل كلها مع بعض بدون أي ما تصل. الأوريجامي هو مجالات واجد، واختلافات فيه واجد، لكن الجزء الأهم في الأوريجامي هو الفولدنج اللي أنا ما أستخدم فيه ولا أي مادة صناعية. في جزء ثاني من الأوريجامي اسمه كيريجامي. زين الكيريجامي وشو؟ إني أعتمد على القاس وأعتمد على الصلب، يعني في أجزاء لازم أقطعها وفي أجزاء لازم أصنفها عشان يعطي جمالية إلى الشكل اللي أنا أبغاه. بينما هنا في التراديشنال أوريجامي هذه يسمونها كوسوجاما أوريجامي، تمام؟ وشو معنى الكوسوجاما؟ إنه يكون مجسم مكون من 30 قطعة، يعني من مضاعفات الثلاثين 30 60 90 وهكذا 120، إنه تكون بهذه الطريقة، وتكون أما إنه يكون هي قطعة واحدة، يعني يونت واحد متكرر على 30، أو إنه يكون يونت يكون مثلا 60 في 2 يونت، يعني واحدة شكل وواحدة شكل بتتداخل مع بعض عشان تعطي الشكل الكروي كامل. هنا قاعدة القطعة اللي موجودة إنها تنسب هي تشبيه إلى وردة الروز. لما أنت الحين تمر عليك تشوف إن كأنه كله روزز ويا بعض. كل واحدة داخلة. هذه أنا أستمتع واجد لما أسويها، لأن ممكن تاخذين ورق تسوين على الورق. ففي أفكار واجد يعني ممكن تستفيد منها. إن شاء الله كانت ورشة ممتعة، استمتعت لا بالعكس انبسط وياك. هذه يمكن تعرف كيف تخطط. الحين أنا وش قلت في البداية؟ خلاص لو أنت عرفت الفالي والماونتن، شوف الخط اللي فوق هذا ماونتن، والخط اللي تحت فالي. فأنت لما بتصير تخطط شوف كيف أنا مخططة في أي سؤال؟
Public-private partnership frameworks and business models. Dr. Hassan held many positions during his practical experience extending for more than 25 years. As a chairman of the Urban and Regional Planning Department from 2009 to 2012 at King Abdulaziz University, then Vice Dean for Development and Quality Control in the Faculty of Architecture and Planning from 2012 to 2014, Executive Director for Jeddah Environment and Sustainable Development Company, a company owned by Jeddah Municipality from 2014 to 2018, Urban Planning and Environment Sustainability Advisor for Jeddah Development Authority from 2021 to March 2023. Currently, Dr. Chowdhury is the chairman of the board of directors for the Saudi Urban Planners Association. Welcome, Dr. Hassan, and I will leave the floor for you to moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Effat University for giving me the opportunity and honor to be a moderator for such a lovely and fully experienced sessions. I would like firstly to introduce our guest today, starting from my right, Engineering Karam Major. He's a CEO and co-founder of Maitonia, and an expert in business development and managing in the development of local industries that drive investment and demand creation, interest in e-commerce and technology startups. And also I would like to welcome Dr. Kamil Faisal. Is a distinguished academic and research who currently serves as the chair of Geomatics Department at King Abdulaziz University, with a strong educational background and extensive experience in the field of geomatics. His research interests primarily involve around remote sensing, spatial analysis, and data mining. I would like to welcome Engineer Muhammad al-Muhammadi. Is a business development director for Real Urban Development Company, Real Urban Development Company. Muhammad's responsibility in Real includes strategic planning, research in development, promotion, and global business development. He is actively involved in architecture, engineering, and construction community in Saudi Arabia. He was a member of the Youth Business Council since 2018 and is presently transitioning to a new role as a trading committee executive in the Chamber of Commerce in Saudi Arabia. He obtained over 10 years of experience as a lecturer at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University on landscape architect, environmental design, and project management. Thanks you all to have you with us today. And I think the concept of integral technology and its effect in the urban environment in general, and all of those sectors starting from the remote sensing, architecture, landscape, city planning, is a hot topic today, and everyone is waiting to see how those new technologies, starting from artificial intelligence, smart technology, Internet of Things, how those technology will affect our daily life. So if we just start by the scale starting from the space up to the skies, Dr. Faisal, what do you think that those new technology will affect the future of our daily life, our living within the city?
Okay, first of all, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you, Effat University. Thank you, Dr. Asma, and I'm very happy to be here with my colleague, and I'm honored to be in front of the Spectrum audience. Regarding to the I would say the emerging technology and the relation of the urban and environmental. First, we need to define what is immersion technology. It's, I would say it's a tool, it's a method, it's a system that has their significant effect on our daily life. For instance, 10 years ago is Jeddah different than now. Okay, either 5 years ago is still different. There is a new urban area appeared, new urban, previous settlement disappeared, and so the technology role as a technique that can help you to easily identify all kinds of urban fabric and land use. And for example, I would say like remote sensing technology, its work started from the satellite, and then these satellites provide you with images. Regardless of the spatial resolution of the images, it shows you the urban and location where everywhere. And from these images, you can extract using several techniques and methods to convert the raster data, which is the images, into, I would say, the vector data, which is could be line, polygon, and points. And then you can do the spatial analysis and do whatever you want to do in terms of the analysis or measurement or identification or the change detection and etc. So, of course, in short, technology nowadays is very rapid and change almost every day. Not very few years ago, we use part of the technology like computer, laptop, iPad, etc. Nowadays we have AI, and we have very special tools could give you all these assessments in very few time and also in very effective in terms of cost.
Great. Can I ask Jalil Muhammad, you are an architectural and engineering background, and you are a business developer today. If we put all these together, all those technology that we are facing today, from artificial intelligence, smart homes, and Internet of Things, are those technologies today creating a business opportunity, or you see them as a challenge for old school business development?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for Effat University. Honored to be here my second year at this great conference. Thank you for showing up at this very late moment. I think for us as a real estate developer, when we interact with the market and when we are really into something commercial, so technology is showing up or not showing up is something for us to start seeing as a business opportunity. Is it feasible for us or not? So back to the question, if it's something that can be treated well in a company, then we will see the growth of our revenue. If it's treated down, then there will be decrease of revenue, and you will see some companies moving out of market or bankrupt because of these technologies. Either you adapt or not. But what we can see in these technologies is the opportunity, for sure. I'm a business development director, for sure I will get that part of it. What's the community is looking for now, what's the customers are looking for now, is the customized experience. Technologies, to be honest, it paved the path for us to make it easier for everyone to have his or her own experience in their new house or a new unit or a new apartment. I will give a small example. It's not a direct example, but just to open the door for any other questions or to imagine how these technologies are helping us for customization. If this screen is a banner, there will be no way to change the names like 3 seconds before you move into this hall. If this screen is a banner, they will have to change it for every class. But with the digitization of things, we can customize the experience for every customer and every client. For us, we are the biggest, alhamdulillah, the real estate developer in the whole kingdom. We produce thousands of units. And imagine yourself walking into a neighborhood where all the facades or all the units are the same. It's boring somehow, right? So with technologies, and I will touch on that maybe in the coming questions, how we are utilizing the technologies to diversify the experience for everyone.
So can we see in the near future that a real estate developer, mega real estate developer, that comes up with initiatives to adopt those technologies in their projects? Either, I'm not talking about a single residential unit, I'm talking about a mega development, like a smart neighborhood, intelligent neighborhood. Can we see that in the near project as you working with one of those leaders in such a business?
We are in Saudi. you know, we are in Saudi. We are in Saudi. Neom is different than any other neighborhood in the world. Neom houses, Trojena for example. Can you imagine those houses in Trojena? It will be the ultra luxury houses for people who are looking for something different. Trojena will be a house that we never expected in our life. Trojena or Neom will be the smartest home in the area. With Trojena or Neom, when they are talking about their airports, one of the examples, Neom Airport, one of those who are working in Neom Airport, talking about technologies, he is the vice president for Atlanta Airport. Atlanta Airport is the busiest airport in the world for the last 10 years. Who is working in Neom for technologies in Atlanta Airport is the VP of, in Neom Airport is the VP of Atlanta Airport. So imagine how the houses or the units will be there. And we are having a project or an initiative with the Ministry of Housing. We signed this in last escape in September in Riyadh. Something we call the future home. That future home, we are coming from an academic background, and you teach in a university, we are in a conference happening in a university. But we are not talking about the academic R&D where it takes 20 to 50 years. We are talking about the commercial R&D where we are seeing something going to happen in the coming 5 to 15 years. What's the Future Home Initiative is working on now? We as a residential developer, commercial, a company, listed company that needs to make profit at the end of the year. We are talking about the house that will be implemented or commercialized within the 5 to 15 years. So we are working on a project to be delivered to the market. And we will start this soon. We already started the research part, but we will see it commercial soon, inshallah. Soon is 5 to 15 years. But not 20 to 50 where the houses will fly. No. We are talking about something that would happen in Neom and in Virginia. So, answer to your question, yes.
Engineer Khan. So, we back home. With all those technologies in hand, I think most of us already passing by that advertisement that no one needs anymore. We don't need anymore an interior design. Now, artificial intelligence could design your home just in a click of a button. So how, from an interior design point of view, how do you see those technologies? And of course, with all the opportunity, with all the extra efficiency that they provide you as a creative, but at the same time, it came with a price tag, it came with a challenge. How do you see those challenges for the career for the interior design?
So definitely AI and all of these new technologies have affected the interior design and all industry, not only interior design. I have an interesting story for one of our customers. I'll bring a lot of stories of how we see the change happening in the arena of interior design / product design. I had one customer who is came to us and she wants to design her house. So she connected with our interior designer team. And the designer started designing. And there was a misgap between the designer and the customer. She had something in mind. I was telling the designer, please ask questions, try to understand. When the designer started asking questions, the lady actually said, wait, give me 1 day and I'll come back. And she used actually some AI, and I believe that a lot of AI tools exist in the market. And you've seen these amazing designs that they come, and she said, look, hey, if you cannot design my house, please copy this design. She actually used AI to come up with a design. She drew her house, and she had in mind a kitchen that she wants to design. She came with the design in hand, and she said, please just go implement this. But you can see how the industry is changing a lot, where customers are becoming very smart and expecting a lot from the industry. So I'm an interior designer, product designer, etc.
So I've been saying that what do you think the challenges today that any interior design student or young career should have in mind that to face, not to face, but at least to be adopted with those new technologies that the customer will be back.
So I'll break it down into 2 points, I believe. First, humans in general are the enemy of the unknown. We always are afraid of these technologies taking our jobs, for example, or are not able to keep up and so on. So I believe that we should have an open mind as practitioners in the field, whether interior designers, architects, or what have you, and have a mind that this is an opportunity I could utilize to keep up with the fast-paced world that we live in. Customers are becoming smarter, so how can I live up to that audience? How can I actually satisfy that audience with the fast-paced mentality that we're living with? So this is one part. The other part is how to bring the talent today, institutions like universities, how they can upgrade their curriculums, upgrade their students and skills. And the same goes to the workplace, how you can upgrade your talent at work, be it engineers, interior designers, or what have you, to be able to utilize and integrate these solutions and technologies into their day-to-day work.
So as far, I don't know, just it came to my mind right now, as far as we are talking about challenges, Dr. Kamra, I believe GIS is not isolated. Well, it looks somehow, some sort of isolated, because you are working with certain tools, certain environments, somehow it's closed environment, working with the satellite, very pure technical. But I believe there are some challenges those new technology will bring to the GIS practice.
Of course. In every technology, it's as I referred to the technology before, is still a system, is still algorithm. So one of the most challenging problem here is system and technology. It's accept either correct or incorrect outcome. Meaning that the accuracy of the outcome of the technology is not always right. Okay, so it had either. So always we need to do validation for the outcome. And one of the most affected is it's sort of bias. This kind of technologies has bias outcome. Means sometimes, because mainly you put input and will do the process and then give you output. So if the input is incorrect, sometimes the process has error because mainly this technology needs something in between. Means like you need a computer in specific characteristics. You need data for some part of the world, or etc. You need algorithm you need to program in order to give you that output. So one of the challenging is first, it's you need to be updated with the technology. For example, if someone like my father or my mother or like sometimes our colleague, they have no clue about this kind of technology. So we need to be always updated with this kind of technology because the technology, as I mentioned previously, is very rapid and it's changing almost every, I would say every minute. It has a new thing. And one of the other, I would say, challenging is you need, sometimes it's costly, okay? Because you need a very specific computer that can run a very huge data or like can run very big algorithms. For instance, like if you are working with BIM, like for example, is building information modeling, these BIM is very effective and very useful. However, it's huge data. You need to deal with a very huge data. And you need to deal with a very specific kind of computer, which is sometimes very expensive. And sometimes we are dealing with augmented and virtual reality. This kind of technology is again, it's very effective, but again, it's very costly. And mine personally, I think is one of the most challenging with the technology is communication. Because mainly when you're dealing with communication, it's just only you and whatever you are dealing with, like software or like hardware, just one by one. However, in our field, in urban or in architecture, communication is the key word to work with. You need to do the communication with the stakeholders. You need to do communication with your colleague. You need to do communication because one of the most effective part is creativity in our field. And creativity doesn't come from space. Like it's based on your working, based on your communication with colleagues, based on like ideas and based on many things, teamwork and etc. etc. So these kinds is not available in the knowledge.
Well, I like to keep the session just an open two-way. I mean, if anyone from the audience just have something in their mind, want to ask a question, please just can ask anyone of our guests today. I'm just trying to open doors for discussions. So, Engineer Muhammad, with all these social media advertisement today, all these prototype products, especially when it comes to real estate, what do you think as a real estate developer that the consumer trend, the market demand will put you under pressure to apply those technology to have to increase the bar, let me put it this way, increase the bar regarding the product that you are entitled to be in the future in the market?
Part of the initiative we are working on as a future home is that fix something is going on now. What's going on now in the market, and maybe many of you will be out to the market to buy his or her own home soon. The value of the houses or the flats or the apartments is very high. So there's different types of products, but it's still there are not that much of affordable abilities for people to buy. So we are trying to fix three things. First is when we look at this unit that we are selling or we are designing or building, is the problem in the layout? This is the first question. People know if you have a driver or if you have a nanny or a maid, are you going to put them in the third floor or in the basements or in the of the house, we need that area to be human enough for the changes that we are working on. And the second one, is it the culture? Is it the part of the culture where maybe there is a way for the technologies to solve the part of the culture pre and post COVID? Is there any changes happening in the house from the culture where people start working from home? They want the fun part more than our kids. They are more into gaming. And is this the part that we need to solve or not? The third part is the technology itself. Now a house without high-speed internet, you cannot go to Shahid and there is Saudi Gap. So it's economic with culture, with design. There are a lot of things. But one of the initiatives we came up with is to have those social competitions, working with the universities to come up with the best fit layout for the smallest unit that we can come up with. We are working now for the best apartments in terms of technologies. We are working on the most affordable unit that's still high-tech. We are working on different stuff. That was for the most, also we're talking about not only residential units, even though we are mainly a residential developer where 85% of our portfolio is residential, but we are doing mixed use. People, they want to see something different. For example, one tech platform we have is Build Your Home. We are now offering that experience. What's that race? People, they want to customize their experience, they want to have fun. We came up with a gamification tool called Build Your Home, where you go to buy your Audi or BMW, where you customize your car, you build your car, change the lanes and change everything. We are having a platform called Build Your Home. You change the facade, change the layout, add swimming pool, remove the diwania, add terrace, and you will see the dashboards where the pricing is changing as you add or remove. So that's a kind of a gamification tool. I think this will be, back to our conversation that we were asking about weekend, this will be the default. Now we are thinking of this, something we came up with. This will be the default. Everyone will customize his own, and this will be the menu. That will increase the bar. Raise the bar.
Great, I hope. I mean, it just as we discussed before the panel today, Karam just told us, what about 3D printing? Is it possible that at least one of my sons will live in a 3D printing house in Jeddah, for example? I don't know. Everyone just feel and see videos everywhere. It's a promising, but I don't know. Can you see that?
That's an interesting question. Maybe 10 years ago, if we go back 15 years ago, you wouldn't even think about this. You would see this in maybe fantasy movies, but nowadays with the rapid change we see, I believe that this is possible, and maybe we could see it within the next 2 years. But before I start Junia, I was working for Sabic, the local continent, and we had actually a visit to one of the factories who did 3D printing, and you can't imagine the speed you could build a house, and maybe Muhammad is very familiar with such technology. You could build it within 3 days or 4 days, fully customizable, fully functional within 4 to 5 days. The possibilities are ultimate with the technology and the change. There comes after the cultural part. Do we as a culture accept that? And maybe I will refer to the same statement we are in South. Maybe today people are not accepting, but we changed a lot and we accept change very quickly. So I believe that, I wouldn't say our sons, I would say even within the next few years, maybe we live in 3D printed house.
Yeah, the way I'm asking that is last week, because we are in the exams period right now in the university, and my son's in the university, and I have an A3 size printer in my home. And just last week I see him just cutting that printer and going out of the house. And I asked him, when you took that printer, I need to print a lot of things, so I take it to my class to print those papers in the class. So it just came into my mind, if there's one day that one of my children will carry a printer and goes and ask him the same questions, what you're going to do with that pencil? I'm going to build my home. I don't know if that's going to be in the near future. So as far as we are talking about futures, Dr. Khan, what is the future for GIS? Everyone today using Google Map, but this is the very basic surface that we can get from the GIS. But if we can see 5 to 10 years later from now, what's going to be the future?
Interesting question. In short, I would say real-time GIS means actually some of us are working like, for instance, Google Map. Of course, like everyone using Google Map. Allow me to ask the audience a question. Do you know, by the way, how Google Map calculate your, for instance, this road is busy, or like how does Google Map calculate your time from your home to your university? Does anyone know the process?
I have the satellite at home, and satellite is somehow connecting with your device.
No. No.
I think it's gathering data from other users.
Well, okay. To answer this question is our phones. For instance, of course, like we are all using a smartphone. So every one of us are checking for the allow Google to know your location. And of course, like it has a very huge script, and then by the end you check, yes, of course, I accept it. So this means you allow Google to use your data. Either it's private data or public data, they are using your data. So by calculating your location and your friend's location and your colleague location and everyone here, they know we are here in this room, and if you go to, for instance, like Snapchat or whatever, you will see a huge red spot that shows like plenty of people are located in this area. Mainly using your cell phone. And of course, like same in Google. So Google will give you this, like for instance, this road is busy mainly because of the user of your cell phone. So they take normally the average, the daily average in that road. For instance, for that road, mainly only, I would say, 500 people pass by per hour. Like, and all of a sudden, it become 5,000. And then like, give you alarm, like a huge alarm. But be careful, this road is red. You might be delayed for 5 to 10 minutes. And now, back to the question is like how Google calculate your distance. Mainly because of, or time. Mainly because of 2 factors. One factor is distance from A to Z. The other factor is the speed, but not your speed. It's the speed of roads. Yes. The speed of roads allow you to know. Now it's very dynamic. It's changing. Mainly again because of your location, your coordinates in your cell phone. So it's dynamic. Mainly it's changing. For instance, like if you cross the speed limit, then like the time will be reduced. If you slow down, the time will be increased, and so on. So back to the question is the future. The future is, first of all, is real-time GIS. Again, it's augmented and virtual reality GIS. Means that you will be allowed to use not only data of your cell phone, also your camera. So they will be use your camera as well. And Google later on, they will produce cameras in the screen, like in different location, and they will use these cameras. For instance, like if you want to know how the condition of this traffic, they will give you real-time videos, like go check it out. Okay, and of course, like every road. So BIM, also building information modeling, will be of course integrated with GIS and virtual and augmented reality as well. And this is the very near future.
I don't know, Professor, how much time you still have. I mean, never give a mic to an academic guy, otherwise this is... So please, whenever that you think, just give us.
I think we can have other 10 minutes, then we can open the floor if we have.
Great, great. So, Engineer, can I ask you that, I'm too much interested in Internet of Things. Now, you know, there's a lot of home appliance and equipment that it came supplied with the processor, with internal internet connection. So actually those equipment can talk to the net, talk to the internet directly, and they can even do a shopping instead of you. So, and how we could see the future of interior design? If those equipment within the house start talking to each other, and do you think how our home in the future will look like?
I could imagine, but again, the reality would be much more than what we imagine. If we go back 20 years ago, we wouldn't imagine that you would be talking to your phone, or you would even be controlling your, we only see that maybe in cartoons. But yeah, looking into the future, coming from a furniture industry and home and interior design, we are seeing a lot of change nowadays in the furniture industry, moving towards smart and IoT-based furniture. You can control your cooking, you can control the temperature of your home and being away. Even that it can start understanding your pattern, like when you come into the house, when you exit the house, and based upon the sensor, based upon your behavior, daily routine, it controls the temperature or even the sound. And so yeah, and the interesting part is that as we go with a lot of data, it's becoming, I would say, understand your behavior more than you do. All of that with the sensors around us, with these equipment being integrated to our lives. I was checking, and maybe we go back to GIS, I was checking my phone a few days ago using Google Maps, and it tells me my daily routine. I parked my car here, or I left my, for example, keys there, where I visit every weekend.
Allow me to intervene here, I'm sorry. More, which is really scary.
Yes.
I'm not sure if someone faced that, but sometimes they will record your voice. For instance, like if we're talking about one topic, all of a sudden, if you do a search, they will find this topic. Either in YouTube,
it's sometimes, it's all the time.
It's all the time. Just not to scare everyone here.
We are scared.
And sometimes, when you think about something, you will find it online. All of a sudden, like appear in front of you. How? I don't know.
I guess he answered the question. The future is scary.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just saw the last innovation from Apple, that the glasses. I mean, it goes beyond that. We keep isolating ourselves as individuals, even within our home, even within the same rooms. If we today said that if we are 4 members in a family, each one, let's say father and mother, most of the time they have to sit together, and the children, everyone in this room. And at least we could sit together for watching a TV. With that innovation, even if we sit all the 4 members of a family sitting in the same room, actually everyone has his own world. So it's like having 4 TVs in the same time. I think that will take away a lot of words and definitions that we know today, because we just talked about that just an hour ago. A lot of things that we face we know it in our generation. Our sons, they don't know what is it exactly. We don't know. So a lot of those vocabulary will change. And how do you think, Engineer Muhammad, that will change the layout, the product itself of a residential? Is it going to be smaller? Will it goes bigger? How it going to be interact the residential with its residents in the future?
For sure, it will go smaller, for sure, because the whole world is going economy. From economic point of view, we will go smaller. You can see the big cars, they are moving to a smaller car, standard car. Then you can see and also there will be a lot of limitations from regulator not to have that luxury of that big house or big car. When you have capacity for your electricity, if you take that more than 1,000 riyal, your second rate will be much higher because you are taking the luxury of using this heater for swimming pools. So this will be not the same taxation-wise or even the rate of everything. So everything will go economic. When we go economic, for sure it will go smaller. Using the technology will give us the leverage to have this space multifunctional. So with the technology, so I can use the same space for 3-4 different purposes. But this needs the whole change from the universities, the education, the industry itself, the market, the supply. We need to adapt this soon, and it's scary anyhow, but we need to adapt this. And we are here in a university, and I used to be a lecturer, so if we want to give an advice for people in the room, we have students here in this room, we need to utilize this in a good way. It's scary, but don't be afraid. And if there is an advice for students specific, you cannot master technologies, but you can know how these technologies work. You are not going to create them. You are not a programmer. You are not a coder. But you need to know something about it. You will master what you are doing. You will master what you are delivering. You will master your design. But there is who plays paddle? You know, paddle is a great example. Why paddle is being popular more and more? Because it's a sport that you can play, but you cannot master. You can play. Anyone can jump now to the field and he can play. But to be professional, there is no way. إذا واحد يلعب صار له 5 سنوات تلعب معاه ما يعطيك 10 صفر، يعطيك 10 2 10 It's not easy game to master. You can play it. So the same applies to how can we call them non-tech guys? Which is non-techs, architects. You are not a tech guy. You are not a programmer. Don't be afraid. You need to know a small thing about small details in these technologies. Then you will master them. You will lead them somehow. So you need to know a bit about ChatGPT. You need to know a bit about IoT. You need to know a bit about AI. And otherwise, everything will follow and you can lead.
Well, it's really scary when you said that our homes will be smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
I hope we will not end up just living in those, the same like those small cockpit in the airport where you have to go and queue. Exactly where you have just to pay like per hour, and you go inside and you find everything. Your TV is there, your bed is there, everything is there. So you're gonna have those just all around the street, all around the city, and this is gonna be
And they will
the
put
future.
something here. They will take Disneyland just by virtual reality.
So I think we are just on time. I'm opening the door right now for any questions and you can ask to our colleague. Please.
Annie, thank you so much for this very rich discussion. I am Dr. Ibrahim Sami, faculty at the Effat College of Architecture. Maybe like we start, I want to have your discussion also about the basic principle. Like through history, we had technology emerging and it resulted in paradigm shifts and change, like with industrial revolution, with invention of internet and so many things. And it always resulted in people losing jobs and other coming up and gaining jobs, and this is natural in a paradigm shift. But I think the trick now that we are discussing, it's also technological advancement, but it's somehow adding another layer next to humans, and this is actually the tricky part. So it's not the tools that I'm using, it's a tool that taking decision on behalf of me, in a way, in some cases, and we're talking about near future or far future. So actually this is also maybe something I want to hear your insight about it. I have my opinions, but it's, and there's lots of research ongoing about how we will take decisions. For example, parts of the city on planning scale are now moderated 100% using AI. So vehicles are talking to vehicles, giving data to the system, and the system decides the duration of light traffic, for example. Yes. So there's no human interference at all in this part, for example. And it's happening maybe very soon in architecture or interior or. So this is one thing, and maybe the second thing, and I will end this, it's where do we see our culture within this context, like as for example Saudi culture, for example, or Middle Eastern culture, or any kind of tradition in planning or in city or interior, like how can we preserve or even develop with the preservance of our identity, let's say. So these are my two topics for discussion, let's say.
Well, I think one of them said that is completely wrong. Let me put it this way from an urban planner, city planner point of view. That's really scares me. Previously, especially in urban planning, because we are dealing with the huge mega project, huge large area that require a lot of integral, multidisciplinary information, starting with the lot size, width of the street, ending about population permit, income, GDP, all those kind of data need to be analyzed to come up with a good, functional, efficient urban planning for a city. That was the issue, is how to collect that data. Today, it's not the issue how we're going to collect the data, how we're going to process and analyze the huge data that we already today we have. This is the issue, at least for the last 5 to 7 years. But with the new technology, artificial intelligence now, that we have the capability today to read, to collect a huge amount of data through sensors, through social media, through governmental websites, through the reports. And the artificial intelligence, they have the capability to analyze all those different types of data at the same time and give you a proposal and generate a scenario for you. So what scares me is that two things today, as an urban planner, because I'm going to give the floor to the colleagues, is that the privacy of those people that we are collecting the data from. We are using people's data. We are not generating something from the scratch. Those are people. We are planning for people. So actually everything is related to a human behavior. So the privacy of those people is very important. That's really what scares me. Starting from, as my colleague here said, that today everyone just taking notes about our talk, about our movement, either by saying that we're going to make your trip shorter, much more comfortable, but at the end of the day, we're collecting my personal data. So that's one thing. The other thing that scares me is the equity. From an urban planning point of view, not all society have the same capability and the same infrastructure to have access to the data and to those technology. That's right. Even with the same country, even with the same city, sometimes there is an area within the city, they don't have that much of internet connections, where the other part of the city they have. So how to make sure that the data that we are collecting automatically and analyzed automatically, and scenario that has been generated automatically is fair enough to serve all different parts of segment that living within the same thing. That's really the dangerous part from giving this fully automation's future of the city. I don't know if that's giving you.
I would like, thank you, Dr. and thank you, Dr. I would like to add one or two things regarding of the data. The main purpose of the data, what I mean data is good data, because there is a new major regarding to data science. It's called data science. Okay, but let's say the data is validated and is good. So the main purpose of the data in general are three things. One is to support your decision making. Okay. Second is for your improvement. For instance, like if you go any restaurant, any hotel, any place, at the end of the day, they will ask you to evaluate your experience, your food, your whatever. Okay, in order to do this evaluation. And the third, which is the scary part, is for business. What I mean business here is they will use your data either, of course, like it's, of course, by the way, it's after your agreement, like I would say fully agreement. And one thing is normally I tell my student is when you find any app, it's free, that means you are exactly. I don't want to say that, but yes. Okay, you got it. So it's everything regarding to the data. It's yes, it's scary because it's not private anymore. It's very open, more than you know. For instance, like Twitter, or nowadays we call it X. Data is public everywhere. Snap data, it's public. Instagram data, it's public. Of course, everyone heard about someone wrote something and they locate him and they cut him and like etc. How? Because he's using his data. Okay. So data in general is not private anymore. Okay. Of course, like we could control, or I would say minimize this control by not sharing your private data, not saving your private, I mean, because nowadays they're using your location. After a few, I would say, months or maximum few years, they will use your camera in order to utilize it, whatever the need is. Okay. Regarding to your second question is how we utilize this technology or AI. Of course, like one of the like opportunity for this kind of technology, emerging technology is, for instance, like BIM modeling, the building information modeling. We had several projects in Balad, for instance, and we use technology called laser scanner. I don't know if someone heard about it. And scan all the old and traditional buildings and draw machine and etc. And we transfer it to BIM model in order to calculate the cost, in order to do the maintenance, in order to do the renovation, and etc. etc. So we could utilize all the new technology, whatever you want to do in your application. Like you want to design, you could design from scratch. You want to do renovation, or you want to do like recommending some buildings, you could do it as well in this. Okay, I hope we answered your question.
If you ask the second part of the question is that if we are ready as like Saudi or Arab countries or Middle East, if we are ready for this change. I think we are in Saudi having the high-speed internet, being a young population, and having our kids heavily on their phones, being the one of those highest rate country having smartphones with everyone. I think we are better than many other countries in the world because of this. I don't know how this happens, but alhamdulillah, it happened in Saudi. We are a tech young generation.
Thank you for the interesting discussion. I would recall the image that came to my mind when you mentioned that your machines are talking together, speaking to each other, and the image that came to my mind that they may agree on taking me off. Okay, that's just a joke. I would like to look at this from an academic perspective, because if we couldn't deal with this huge and rapid transformation within our schools, our graduates will be kicked off the market soon. If they couldn't manage or know how to deal with this transformation, they will lose their opportunity in the market. But I don't want to be a pessimistic person because I don't want to be to show myself as an that old. But 20 years ago, I was teaching a course for creative thinking, and some of our students were thinking of such similar solutions. One of my students thought of having this app that calls the machine in the house and to check the grocery in the refrigerator and what is needed and check everything. And 20 years ago. So the point here is that young generations are able to get into this sort of technology faster than our. So just we need to encourage them to get into and think about it and think how to get engaged. They will not create the code, but they know how to tell the technician. They should know how to tell the technician what type of code they need, and they need this code to serve this technical problem, and how this would be used to develop an application that would help in our area. Okay, we don't want them to be this يعني so specialized in technology, but they should know how to deal with it and benefit from this technology. And this is the responsibility of the educational institutions to get the new generation on the right track, push them to get into the movement, and as Mohammed mentioned, that Saudi has one of the best technological infrastructures in the world, and this is a very good asset for our new generations to benefit from this and develop themselves with this. So it's a big responsibility on our shoulders to deal with this.
By default, the students are younger than you and younger than you, right?
Yes.
So they have the will to jump into technology. I will give you one example. I remember when we were second year in the university, I was a landscape architect. Moving to Photoshop, it was... people everyone will go against that. No, you need to use your hands. The student, he wants to jump into technology. Because I'm younger than my teacher. Yes. I want to jump to Photoshop, to Illustrator, to AutoCAD. But I'm not going to say that they were against, but they have their own.
It's either to encourage them or to control them.
Yes. But the younger generation, they have
this passion.
Yeah, the motive is there. You just open the door for them, and they are fed up with what you are doing. That's
opening the door is not that easy.
Yeah.
We always that, especially in the university, that we have this kind of fight between thoughts. And if you just allow me, that I would like to ask questions. I know maybe the thoughts that we have students here, and we have teachers, we have academic, we have professionals, everyone here in one room. How do you think that it's important, just to be honest, today, for an architect that will be graduated in 2023, just to have the ability to draw a straight line freely?
It's a must. It's a must.
It's a must, huh?
Everyone carrying iPad. I don't have that. So yeah, that's. I asked one of my students.
I usually say it's the tool. The pencil is a tool, and the iPad is a tool. It's how to deal with the tool to learn. Okay. So the point is that to have the straight line, not necessarily with a certain technique, but you should be able to produce this straight line. Okay, whatever the tool you use.
Totally.
Yeah, but
Now we hear but. I'm waiting for that
Yes, I'm the but here. Well, the thing is, so far we've used technology as a tool. The fear of the future is it still going to be a tool, or is it going to be replacing somebody who's thinking? That's the question of AI. Because so far, and I'm pretty sure, like history repeats itself. There was time in the early, I don't know, 1900, people were sitting, you know, maybe women were not there, but people were sitting and they were debating the same thing. What is technology going to do with design? How is it going to reinvent design? And this is happening, the same thing is happening now. The question is, when is technology going to stop being a tool and it's going to be replacing the thinking mind? It's going to be replacing our choices. It's going to be dictating our choices, furniture design, our taste. Is it going to be really our taste, or is it going to be something that is generated for us on our behalf and we just live with it? I think this is the question that should be raised. As long as it is a tool, great. We can learn new tools, even us, you know, dinosaurs, we can still learn tools. But when is it going to stop being a tool? And I think this is what Dr. Ibrahim asked in the very beginning. The future of it, the future. And this is the world debate of who's thinking on our behalf, who's going to be thinking on our behalf 20 years from now, 30 years from now.
The scary point maybe is changing or shaping our taste. And sometimes it helps or changes our taste. And this is scary. This is scary.
It's already changed. When we travel, we choose places that people recommend. When we go to a restaurant, you mentioned evaluating a restaurant. Now people are paid just to say this is a good place, go there. So similarly, it's going to be in every aspect of our life.
I think there is no certain answer until now, and you agree with me. There is no certain answer. But I would recommend everyone to go on Tamania podcast. They have 3 or 4 podcasts about, and they are real experts in AI and how this will change. And even them, they didn't have a certain answer. But it's good to, there are 3 or 4 podcasts about AI on Tamania. I would really recommend everyone to go and see.
But if you allow me, my personal opinion, though, tool it should be as a tool. Okay. For instance, yes, I agree. Like 10 years ago, there is some career disappeared and some professional appeared, and this is the part of our life. Okay. And the real question is, what skills do we need in order to survive in the coming 20, 50 years? Okay. Of course, one of the most skills is adaptability. It's like you need to adapt everything happening in our life. Okay. One more thing is like, you have to have your passion about continuous learning, because technology, science, everything in our life is changing. Okay, so we need to continuous. I'm saying this because we have here like students, and you need to know about these kind of skills. So you have to, of course, like know about the technology, and of course, I'm not saying, as Engineer Muhammad is, you don't need to be expert in every technology, because it's almost impossible. It's not your field and it's not your career. Okay, but however, you need to be in understanding all these technology and the benefit of these technology, and you have to have the passion about continuous learning. You need to learn how to communicate. For instance, like I had some of my classmates, I did my PhD, by the way, in Canada, in University of Toronto, and I had some of my classmates, they don't know how to do presentation. That's like a simple thing. They don't have the idea how to do presentation. So this thing,
we have. AI, yes, of course, they will do your material, but at the end of the day, you will do the presentation, okay? So, again, like these skills, it should support you, give you an assistant, but will never, my opinion again, is will never replace you. So, and one of the most important things is like critical thinking. You have to know about the critical thinking and problem solving because you will face this in every daily life, like in your life. And of course, like team management, time, of course, management, teamwork, and etc. All these, I would say, soft skills, it's very important in the coming few years. So you should be familiar with all these kind of soft skills. So yes, thank you.
Sometimes you need, as a student, I would recommend this because we are in the time where influencers, they tend to generate more money than any other people. So maybe this could work. I will talk to those students rather. Maybe this could work. Maybe if you tag yourself, let's say if you tag yourself the digital design, just tag yourself in your Instagram or in your Twitter, digital designer. You will feel it. You will act as if you are really a digital designer. Maybe this will be a future business for you, and maybe so tag yourself AI designer. Tag yourself something futuristic. Maybe this could work. And talking about technology, what's really concerning me today that I ran out of battery and multiple charger. My driver is out there, I cannot find him. We have only multiple charger. Get out of
So paper will never get out of charge.
That's true.
Like me as a senior in interior design, how to be valuable in the market with these types of
I could answer that and I'll share a story so that you get the logic of it. My daughter, little daughter, 7 years old, she likes to write stories, okay? But she was studying in school about AI. But she came to me, she wrote the first paragraph of a story about some girl who was some story. And she used AI to finish the story. I was kind of looking at her, and I had to كويس سويتي. You're cheating, you're doing well.
Judgment by your generation or
exactly,
your generation.
what mentality to follow. But what she did and what she learned is you can control or you can make use of the AI and customize it to have your own taste. But she wrote the first lines and then she told the AI, please make it a happy ending story, and the princess gets something around it. So the AI continued the story and she asked him, actually, make it a 4-page story. Along the same lines as a designer or a interior designer, you could use this tool to be more efficient. And I don't think this is something, I don't call it cheating, for example. Like you're being smart. How? Understanding, for example, your customer, understanding the requirement of your job, how I can do it smart, not hard. Of course, you need to learn the basics, and there is a fine line between cheating or being smart of how to do it. This would be my advice.
Cheating or not cheating is an Alan Hasba. Using an Alan Hasba, is it cheating?
One more thing is like, as we mentioned previously, of course, like you need to focus in your soft skills because our technology is increasing day by day, and will still. At one point, we will think about like, oh, we need to go back to human skills, okay? Because after some years, or like after a few years, you will find the outcome of the AI is very similar. It's almost copy and paste, like, but changing it somehow. However, like AI or any technology will never be clever as a human, will never have the creativity as a human.
The sense.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, the sense, the creativity of your skills. So these kind you need to find. And in the coming few years, you have to have something called domain-specific practice. Means that you need to think about something and be very expert on it. For instance, like if someone building a house, they will say, I need someone who's good with the hydrology and like plumbing and like, he said, you know what? This guy is very expert in this field, so go to him, okay? Or like someone is very expert like in electricity, or someone is very expert in designing modern furniture, or like designing parametric architecture. So this kind of domain is like, when you graduate, you need to find your passion about it and be very expert on it. So later on, like if someone asks you like in your interview, what is your specialty? And like you said, like, okay, I'm special in digital architecture, or I'm special in parametric architecture, or like I'm special in tradition, or whatever, okay? But you have to have this domain. Yeah, I hope to, I added something.
Well, if you allow me, just I think that will take much more than, but it's very useful. And if you allow me just to close it, to answer the question, to close the session, I believe, this is my personal belief, that all those technology, by whatever the names it came with, either it came by the name of GIS or it came by the name of artificial intelligence, smart, Internet of Things, whatever, or whatever that come next years, they are here just to help us, to help the humanity to be more creative, to produce much more faster, to increase the efficiency. So we should, my advice, you should, and we all should, focus on how to be a creative. And we can use whatever the tools that we think that could help us to be creative. If you could be creative by just paper and pencil, so that is the right method for you. If you could be a creative by using a computer, so that is going to be the best method for you to be creative. Just focus on how to create a creative idea. This is my advice. I think if you allow me, I would like to thank all of you for attending today. I'm sorry that we are taking much more time than it should be, but really it's enjoyable, and the discussion was very rich. Thank you, thanks.
Thank you so much for coming and all the great discussions. Students from Effat University, thank you so much for your participation in the conference. We really appreciate it. If we can have a photo, please. I will. Please open it.
One more.
Thank you so much for